Ready. Play.
Zverev plays another backhand drop shot. I like some of these backhand drop shots from Zverev, though. I think he's introduced it like 4 times, and every single time it's been. But now we have a third match point for Alexander Zverev, and in fact, it's an ace out wide. Alexander Zverev seems pretty tired, to be honest. After this, of course, the conditions pretty brutal today, but he beats Tommy Paul 7-6, 7-6, 2-6, 6-1. So what happened there? I mean, yeah, definitely a story of the first 2 sets, as someone said earlier. And we had a 7-6.
Ready. Play.
I like a draw that is total chaos. That's fine, with 8 players outside the top 10, if you like, in the quarters. Or we still have a few solid ones or big ones. Then we've definitely got those big guys still in the draw, both in the women's side. So I'm going into these quarterfinals, some.
Ready. Play.
I like a draw that is total chaos. That's fine, with 8 players outside the top 10, if you like, in the quarters. Or we still have a few solid ones or big ones. Then we've definitely got those big guys still in the draw, both in the women's side. So I'm going into these quarterfinals. Some people are still in the 4th round right now, and the 3 or 4 favorites on both women's and the men's are still there. And I think that sort of helps us with this. I mean, the 4 main ones, it's not exactly rocket science to say Zverev, Djokovic, Alcaraz, and Sinner. They're still there, and they're still on their collision courses. And that's where we're going to come to now with Djokovic and Alcaraz. What about Djokovic's path to the quarterfinals, Steve?
Those first couple of matches, unfamiliar opponent. You talked about, use that word familiarity when we were talking about the other quarterfinal. And I feel like he didn't know those guys very well, and he was just feeling his way into the tournament, getting used to his interaction with Andy Murray as his coach in the corner, and didn't play terribly well in the first or second round, but never looked like losing, never looked like he thought he could lose. And then I feel like in the last 2 matches against Machac and Lehechka, he's been terrific. He hasn't lost a set. Both of them really sound, really good ball striking in both matches, picked up the pace off the ground, serving extremely well. He's looked like much closer to the essential Djokovic, in my view, the last 2 rounds, because the way it hit me, John, was that he started playing that way, and in the back of his mind, he was building toward Carlos, and he didn't want to come into the Carlos match with a couple more 4-set matches or a 5-set match or any unnecessary strain, and also for his confidence. He wanted to feel he could beat good players like Machac and Lehechka, who were threatening, and beat them soundly. So I think he should feel very good about how he's playing.
I think so too. But I was 48 hours ago, 72 hours ago, I was thinking what I saw in the first 2 rounds was what I've seen largely for the last 13 months. And he had a 37-9 win-loss record last year that included some, probably underwhelming losses, a few more than he would certainly be used to. I mean, these names are not sort of top 10, top 20 players such as Luca Nardi in Indian Wells or Tabilo in Rome. And I think there was a loss as well to Machac in Geneva, and a few others here and there. And, Popperin as well in the US Open. So, yes, there was a loss to Alcaraz in the Wimbledon final. And yes, there was a loss to Yannick during the Asian Swing as well as in Australia. But, 5 or 6 of those losses were like, wow, these are not Novak losses that we would expect on a regular basis. And they were for 13 months. Now, he comes into this tournament, and for me, those doubts are there. Of course, the muscle memory we spoke about with him in Australia and particularly Rod Laverina cannot be ignored. But then my eye test for those first 2 rounds was also very similar to what I'd seen for the last 13 months. However, Steve, these 2 results that you pick up on, I think they're very, very close to being sort of Novak 2023, if you like. The way he's efficiently dispatching of them. And in that tiebreak today, against Lehecka. Again, I think you're right. I think he's thinking, I want to get this done in 3. I don't know, because I think he just, sometimes with Novak, you hear the screeches and the screams a little bit louder when he's just physically there. I think he picked up the aggression in that tiebreak, and he played some sensational tennis, reminding us with him when he was in his 20s rather than his mid to late 30s as he is now. And yeah, he was quite keen to get that done in 3, and very impressive, I would say. Those 2 performances were, up there with some of his best performances, with the exception of that Alcaraz Olympic final, which, of course, transformed his year last year. And I think now I feel very differently. We'll come to a prediction shortly, but I do feel very differently about this quarterfinal with Alcaraz than I did 2 or 3 days ago, looking ahead to the potential quarterfinal.
Yeah. Listen, I think he does too. That's what I find intriguing about those last 2 matches. I don't think he was happy with how he played in the first 2, but I think he also knew that he was going to automatically be more inspired to play Mahac and Lehecka. He knew he saw them as formidable opposition. Just to get to your comments, John, about all those losses in your excellent analysis of the last 13 months, all I would add is it's true there were clearly some subpar performances, odd losses. Most of those I attribute to the fact that they were outside the slams, and he come off an incredible 23 where he went from 21 majors up to 24. So he was right where he wanted to be. He was now 2 ahead of right. He knew he was probably safely the all-time leader for quite some time. And so in a sense, he had a bit of a letdown last year. So to me, the only one of the losses that you mentioned that you shake your head a bit about is Popyrin at the Open. But I, again, would say that he didn't look to me like physically he was 100% at the Open. There were, I think, some niggling injuries there, but beyond that, there was too close to the Olympics, which is also why Carlos turned in what for him was a startlingly poor performance at the Open. Is that both of them coming from the Olympics, and Carlos coming so close and then losing the final to Novak, and Novak winning it and realizing that lifelong dream. So that's the one that, so even that I think can be explained by circumstances. But right now, I feel like he's tuned in. And I wasn't that as worried as probably you were, or worried is the wrong word. I wasn't as, maybe not quite as critical of how he played in the first 2 matches. I didn't think he played that well, but I felt like he was getting, he'd had 1 warm-up tournament. He lost to Riley Opelka. He still was getting himself digging into the new season and finding his range. Mm-hmm. If it had continued against Mahac, and that had been a long match, then I would have thought, boy, he better pick it up soon. But that was not the case. So I think you and I feel essentially the same way here, that he's really he's finding that inner Novak is there. He's finding ways. He's getting more worked up with the crowds. All these things are ways for him to inspire himself, to find that extra hard edge. And he definitely has in these last 2. And
I think where we differ slightly, Steve, is that probably going into these last 2 matches, I underestimated Novak, or I overestimated his opponents, because I thought that these 2 matches would prove to be very difficult. Push came to shove, I would always back Novak to beat these 2 guys, but I was expecting him to be, dropping sets. And okay, sometimes you can win in straight sets, but it's 3 tiebreakers, or you're getting 1 break point and you're taking that chance, if you like. But actually, he's just, Mahac swatted him aside, and yeah, today was relatively comfortable. A little wobble there in the 3rd set, but yeah, and that level he showed in that 3rd set at times was very close to his certain times in 2023. So I think that's probably what we do slightly different, because I think you probably thought, yeah, okay, these are very good opponents, but you're probably very optimistic for Novak's chances, and probably I did. Maybe I'm being too harsh about his 2 early round matches, and I just thought that I just didn't see that level.
No, I completely understand it. Completely, yeah. I understand your point of view. I think he had there was a little sense of fear, which was positive fear, if I can put it that way, heading into Mahac, because he kind of explained that afterwards, saying the outcome surprised me. Basically what he was saying, he wasn't surprised he won, but he was not expecting going in to necessarily win in straight sets. So that was a pleasant surprise to him. Then I think once he tucked that one away, once he had secured that win so comfortably, and he felt like the assignment was essentially the same, similar kind of player in Lehecka, who's got a bigger serve, but patterns are similar, same kind of a matchup, that he felt like, okay, I'm going to just try to play just as well as I did against Mahac. If I do that, I'm going to be fine. And I felt like he went out there for that one with the Lehecka match with a different attitude. More so, he did expect to win that in straight sets.
Alcaraz's path to the quarterfinal, a straight sets win over Shevchenko, likewise with Nishioka, just 5 games lost there. A set was dropped to Nuno Borges, but again, actually, he's a guy as well who's done well in Australia in the past. And so, again, maybe he feels good in this environment and no shame in losing a set there, especially as it was just a tiebreak. Then he had the walkover against Draper. I mean, he was obviously 2 sets to love up when Draper does eventually retire. I guess just one slight concern might be just a lack of tennis a little bit, just a walkover against Draper, 5 games lost to Nishioka in a very swift encounter. He's probably not been tested quite as much or played quite as much tennis as Novak has, with those 2 early 4-setters that Novak had. And yet Novak will still be fresh, should be fresh. He's not been like 3-5 setters in a row or anything like that. So, yeah, is there anything that maybe Carlos might not be battle-hardened enough going into this quarterfinal?
I think so. I think there's a lot. I think there's something to that. If you'd asked him to map it out in his mind how he would have liked it to be, he would have preferred a few more tests than that. He might have preferred being out on the court a little longer. And he certainly didn't want a retirement from Draper after the second set. So none of that is helpful. I mean, sure, in terms of wasting energy, but he's young. It doesn't matter as much at his age, the physically taxing part. So in his case, he would have liked to have been able to measure the level of his game, have a better sense of where he is with his game right now. So it's not a terrible detriment, but on the other hand, I think he would have preferred more of a scenario that you seem to be getting at.
So head-to-head with Novak is extremely close, 4-3 in favor of the 24-time Grand Slam winner in Novak Djokovic. And those 7 matches have all been, well, some of them have been pretty spectacular. Of course, the Wimbledon and Cincinnati finals of 2023 in particular.
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jan Faria, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes.
Take one. Well done.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.
Ready? Play.
Hello, hello, hello. Novak Djokovic off to a fine start here, leading 40-love already on his serve. So a pretty good start for the 24-time Grand Slam winner. And of course, 10 times in Melbourne. It is now back to 40-15 after a backhand there from Djokovic goes way wide into the tram lines, as we see a picture or an image of the Carlos Alcaraz team. Alcaraz looking pretty relaxed today. We all remember that French Open semi-final of 2023 when he was anything but relaxed, and that those nerves ended up undermining his performance. In fact, affecting him so much they end up cramping pretty badly. Do let me know in the live chat whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram or on Twitter, do let me know what is your prediction for this particular encounter. You've just been listening to Steve and myself chatting about it and how we see this match going. As that backhand has just landed in, has it? No, it's gone wide. 40-30 now. Close call, it says. I thought it had landed in, but apparently not, as we now look at the Novak box. So 40-30, slightly less comfort now for Novak on his serve than it previously was. Snehil, great to see you on board. Do hit that like button, by the way. Backhand return. It's going to be an unreturnable, and Novak does now hold 4-1 love. Yes, so previous encounters, of course, 4-3 is the head-to-head between these two in the favor of Novak. And, of course, that most recent of encounters was in Paris in the Olympic final, which Djokovic won in two very, very tight sets, 7-6, 7-6. I'm sure Novak has fond memories of that one. Less so the two Wimbledon finals, of course, that they've played against each other, which both went the way of Alcaraz, the first of which was in an epic 5-setter. The second one was a, well, convincing win in straight sets. So, Alcaraz's serve, we know these improvements that the Spaniard has made, or alterations is probably a better word. We're still waiting to see if it'll end up being an improvement. It's going to, that forehand from Carlos into the net. Now, that is one that he would expect to put away because it was a good first serve that gave him the opportunity for the +1, that he probably made the right decision to let it bounce. It did bounce a little bit deeper, perhaps, than he would have liked, but he would normally expect to make that forehand. Love 15. Backhand return from Novak is half decent, and that forehand again is loose from Alcaraz. Remember that sticky spell between Cincinnati 2023 until Indian Wells 2024? By the way, for most players, that would not be a sticky spell. That would be dream. But for Alcaraz, obviously not winning a title in that stretch, and people were starting to doubt him. It was perhaps the forehand that was letting him down. So, love 30 here on the Carlos serve. Clips the net. 9:25 local time. They may have expected to enter the court a little bit earlier, particularly when Sabalenka was up a set and 1 love. But then that ended up being a 3-setter in the end. As Carlos comes into the net, is he going to make this? He is. Wow. You cannot teach that, my friend. And that even brings up a round of applause from Novak Djokovic. That half-volley pickup from Carlos Alcaraz was sensational. Almost no player in the world is winning that point from there. And not even Novak can chase that one down. Look at the backspin on that. An early round of applause there from Novak. 15-30. Body serve. That is going to help. 30 all. So for now, at least, he's out of this spot of bother. 30 all. Second serve, backhand return from Novak. And the backhand there has gone long. So that's 3 unforced errors from Alcaraz, 2 from a neutral position, 1 from an attacking position. So a slow start for Carlitos, albeit he's not lost his serve just yet. Forehand return from Novak. It's got Carlos scampering, and it's another forehand loose from Carlitos. And Novak Djokovic gets the early break. Of course, no concerns as yet from the team of Carlos, but that's 2-love Djokovic. And so it's first blood to the Serb. Can he consolidate? Where is Djokovic going to go with this serve? Going to go out wide. Alcaraz is going to get his racket on it, but it's not going to be enough. 15-love. I remember the beginning of that Wimbledon final ended up being 5 sets. Alcaraz had a few chances early on the Novak serve. Didn't take them and ended up losing the first set, I believe 6-1. But Alcaraz has yet to have a look in on the Novak serve, albeit this is just the second serve of the match for the Serb. But there's a backhand loose. Not quite hitting the heights in terms of quality of the latter stages, in particular that Wimbledon final, but it is still very early doors here. Carlos will be keen to strike back immediately, of course. Okay, forehand here from Djokovic, making Alcaraz run, but now they're in a neutral position. Alcaraz on the forehand. We've seen him be a bit loose with that so far today. A slice from Carlitos, and it's Novak's turn to err on the forehand side, putting that slightly shorter ball, albeit a low bouncing one, into the net, 15-30. Yes, 4-3 the head-to-head, and Novak has won both of their encounters on a hard court. Oh, and the backhand there from Alcaraz goes into the net. It's just a match of unforced errors, really, right now, with the exception of that sumptuous half-volley pickup from Carlos on his serve, which in the end became irrelevant in the fact that he lost his serve in that particular game. And here is Andy Murray. Good defensive return there, and there's a forehand error from Djokovic now. So we've got a break point for Carlos Alcaraz. I'm sure people are wondering, is this really Novak Djokovic against Carlos Alcaraz, or am I watching them in disguise? Because the performance of both players, with the exception of that half-volley pickup from Carlitos, has left a lot to be desired so far. Nevertheless, Novak won't care if he ends up holding here, but he's got a bit of work to do at 30-40. It's going to be a second serve for Carlos Alcaraz to look at as well. Forehand here from Novak is decent. Forehand, though, back into the rally, now in the neutral position, although maybe Novak's slightly up. Not anymore, he's not. Now it's a backhand slice from Carlos. Good depth there, though, from Novak. Maintaining that depth, keeping Carlos under a bit of pressure. But there's a slightly shorter ball there. Oh, did that just clip the net? It might have done from Novak. Now it's another slice from Carlos. I don't know if that's a particular attack that he's aiming for tonight. There's a low net clearance there from Carlos. Lovely backhand winner down the line from Carlos Alcaraz. And we are back on serve, ladies and gentlemen. We will take a quick break and then I will be back with you with game 4. But we're on serve on the Rod Laver Arena.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
All things tennis indeed. We've had 2 breaks of serve, 1 hold from Djokovic, and it's Carlos to serve now at 1-2. He's going to have a forehand, very, very similar to the first point on his serve in his previous service game, and the outcome was also extremely similar as he dumps it into the net from an attacking position after a short ball from Novak. This time he goes down the tee, though. It's an ace. I believe that's the first ace of the match, so it's 15 all. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat, either on this match or any other previous matches today. Of course, we've had Coco Gauff going out in straight sets to Paula Badosa. Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova was up a break on 2 separate occasions in the 3rd set, but ultimately ended up losing out to the defending champion, Arina Sabalenka. That now means Sabalenka will play Paula Badosa in the semi-final at the Australian Open. And of course, Tommy Paul also had his chances before eventually going down in 4 sets to Alexander Zverev. 30-15 here, Carlos, and it's an unreturnable serve, much to the chagrin of Novak Djokovic. 16 minutes on the clock. It's a close call, as we see, and that's probably why Novak was a little perplexed by that one. But either way, it's 40-15 and 2 game points for Carlos to hold his serve for the first time in this encounter. Backhand return here from Novak is half decent after an average serve, let's say. But that backhand down the line is not decent from Novak, and it is 2 games all. Yeah, Tommy Paul certainly had his chances today, having set points in both the first and second set before getting crushed in the subsequent tiebreakers. I think he won just 1 point across those 2 tiebreakers. So a little bit of disappointment there for the American, but Zverev marches on, and of course Zverev awaits the winner of this particular encounter. 15 love here on the Novak serve. Alcaraz very pleased with that one. 15 all. (30-15) here, Novak, as he looks to eke out a 3-2 advantage. And it's now 2 game points. What a return that is from Carlos Alcaraz, though. 40-30. Gets his racket on that return as well. And Djokovic clips the net, and it's deuce. Alcaraz's 5-set record as well cannot be ignored. It did come into my thinking before I made my prediction for this match. Alcaraz 12-1 in 5 sets, the last of which coming against France's Tiafoe at Wimbledon last year. And of course, another one of those 5-set wins was against Djokovic in the 2023 Wimbledon final. Good serve there from Novak. Puts himself in charge of this rally, and it's enough to help him win the point as he goes behind Carlos. 3-2. On the board almost. It's game point for 3-2. Yes, Steve Link and I slightly differed in the outcome of this one. I think he went for Novak. And Novak there holds serve from deuce, winning 2 points in a row, an unreturnable serve. So Novak now does have that mini advantage, at least, of leading 3 games to 2. Hi, Axel. Good to have you on board. We're just going to take a quick break, and then I will be back.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
All things tennis indeed. Alcaraz serving here, 15-love. Do we see this one going 5 sets today? Do we see it going in the favor of Novak or in the favor of Djokovic? There's that poll. Do let us know your thoughts by voting in that poll and share your thoughts in the live chat as to who you see emerging the winner. Another forehand error from Carlos Alcaraz. They are going to have to be cut out if he is to fulfill my prediction. $15-all. Djokovic poised. Forehand return is decent from Novak, and that's clever from Carlos to go behind him. But he's been up in the point a few times before on serve and ended up losing it with a forehand, for example. But on that occasion, it wasn't the case. 30-15, Carlos Alcaraz. Second serve here for Djokovic to look at. Oh, double fault from Carlos. I believe that's the first one of the match. Alcaraz here serving. Where are you going to go with this one? You're going to go into the body of Novak. That's not a bad idea. Alcaraz is going to win the point as that backhand attempted pass from Djokovic goes just wide. That was close. Djokovic on the stretch there. I think he thought that might just land in. I thought it might just land in, but eventually it landed just out. 40-30, Carlos Alcaraz, game point for the Spaniard. The world number 3. Of course, it was at this exact stage a year ago that he went out to Alexander Zverev. Zverev is already in the semi-finals, so he is defending those points at the very least. Novak made the semi-finals last year, and Alcaraz went out in the quarters. Forehand here from Novak goes, well, I thought that went long. I think Carlos might have thought it as well. But they're back in the rally. Oh, is that backhand landed in? It has, but these are incredible backhands from both players. And it's Alcaraz who emerges the winner. Alcaraz cannot believe that that ball wasn't called out. There's been a few of those at this tournament this year. So we're at deuce. Backhand return from Novak. Drop shot from Carlos is too good. And Novak is not even going to trace that one down. Another game point for the Spaniard. Just shy of half an hour on the clock. The win predictor, by the way, before the match went for 50%, 56%, sorry, for Novak Djokovic. Alcaraz does end up holding 3-all. And Stefanos Tsitsipas has started a live video on Instagram. What is he doing? He's practicing. That's what he's doing. Now, is he practicing in Australia or is he back in Europe? Practicing forehand cross courts. Might be better off practicing the old backhand, my friend. But you'd imagine he's still in Australia, obviously with Paula Badosa making the semis. Wouldn't want to miss her final. Backhand return from Carlos there. Good first serve from Djokovic. 15-love. And that forehand return there from Carlos is long, so it's 30-love. Yeah, 53% of our viewers anyway have gone for a Carlos Alcaraz win. 53% on YouTube, that is. Backhand cross court now from Carlos. Forehand, just long there from Carlos. So it's 40-love, 3-game points for the 10-time Australian Open winner, Novak Djokovic. So yes, the winner of this match will be playing Alexander Zverev in the semi-final on Friday. I'll be previewing that semi-final with Amy Lundy later on this afternoon. So keep an eye out for that video and keep up to date with all things tennis by hitting that subscribe button. Is that drop shot from Djokovic going to work? No, it's not. Wasn't good enough from that +1 option, and Carlos easily chases that down. Arguably the fastest player on the tour, but he probably didn't have to be the fastest player on the tour to get that one. And it was an easy put away for Carlos. So 40-15. Remember, we've had 2 early breaks of serve in this match, but since then we've had some holds. Low net clearance there from that return from Carlos. Good depth there from Alcaraz. Backhand, though, has gone wide. And Djokovic holds 4-3. No, I don't think he looks particularly nervous, Ashley. Not particularly. I don't think that's a concern for him today. We will take a quick break and we'll hear from Aryna Sabalenka on her Madrid Open title win in 2023, and then I'll be back. There were some Australian Open final vibes for me today, and I was looking at a couple of comparisons. Australia was 2 hours 28 minutes, today was 2:26. I'm sure you weren't aware of that. But I tell you, 4 championship points, does that sound familiar? And were you thinking of it during that last game?
Actually, yes, I was thinking when I was down with the break in the last game, I was thinking, okay, I did it at the Australia Open, so probably I'll be able to get this win this time again, and it's actually helped me to stay focused and to have this belief in myself. And yeah, definitely this match reminds a lot of Australia Open match.
Australian Open indeed. That was 2023, of course. Bringing us back to the present. Australian Open 2025. Carlos Alcaraz here to serve at 3-4. Is he going to win this point from here? No, he's not. Djokovic gets the slight benefit of a net cord, for which he apologizes, and it is love 15. But ultimately, Carlos probably still should have done better with that forehand. Backhand return here from Novak. Backhand to backhand. Has that backhand gone long from Novak? It hasn't. It was excellent precision there. Now it's on the forehand side of both, but it's a really good upping the pace there from Alcaraz, and it is 15 all.
It's 2 match.
Now it's on the forehand of Carlos, and that's a forehand into the net. How many times have we seen that today? Far too often for the Spaniards' liking. But it is 30 all now. Djokovic there off balance. Just managed to stay on his feet. Okay, Alcaraz into the forehand of Novak. Forehand drop shot here from Carlos is going to be too good. Now, Djokovic gesticulating to his team. It's a lovely drop shot there from Carlos. And it's an unreturnable serve. So it is an Alcaraz hold. 4 all. Again, we've not quite hit. Think of some of their matches from the past. I think of Madrid semi-final. 2022 sensational match that's probably going to get lost in the weeds and forgotten about given the number of sensational matches these guys have produced. Then we think of the French Open, the first 2 sets, sensational before Alcaraz cramped that ultimately undermined his chances. Wimbledon final 2023, Cincinnati final 2023 as well. And then, of course, the Olympic final last year. Some pretty epics in some of the grandest stages of the sport. This is a quarterfinal, but it's still a pretty grand stage in the Rod Laver Arena. But the match has yet to take off like some of those. Mind you, that Cincinnati final took a while to get going. But when it got going, boy, did it get going. Backhand return from Carlos. A nice aggressive one there. Run around forehand. Goes pretty big on that. Comes into the net. Is he going to put the volley away? No, he's not. Novak's going to chase it down. And it's just going to clip the line. Novak dealing with that with aplomb. 15 love. Alcaraz will be a little bit disappointed with that volley. That he didn't do more with it. But Djokovic dealt with it well. Rather than sort of letting that ball drop as much as it did, he needs to hit that with a bit more authority. Alcaraz, and he wins the point. You go love 15 up there and you just feel as though, okay, let's see how this one goes. Backhand return here from Carlos. Backhand from Novak. Cool, that just clipped the line as well, I think. Forehand here from Carlos. Picks up the pace and it's enough. Maybe Djokovic from a few years ago would have made that. But the Djokovic of 2025, even he would admit it's not quite as agile as the Djokovic of 2015, for example. Oh, 50-50 now in the poll. I'll come to the live chat at the end of this game. Second serve here for Carlos to look at. all. Now he'll be getting that first point of the game, which he really should have won with that volley. Ooh, a forehand return clips the net, and we continue with the rally. Good depth there from Carlos. Now it's on the backhand. Now the forehand of Carlos. Good depth again from Carlitos. Carlos again picking the pace up with a forehand. Goes in behind Novak. Now it's Carlos at the net. Is that going to work? Not quite. Is this going to work? Yes, it is. Forehand down the line, and now we are picking up the pace. Quick apology there as Carlos remembers that he did have a net cord in the middle of that rally. But we're at 15:30. There was a chance there for Carlos, and he took it. So, bit of pressure here for Novak. 4-all, 15:30. Where are you going with this serve? Down the tits, a really good first serve. Should put the ball, point away. Oh, I thought that was going to land in for a second. Carlos nearly pulled that off. He read that well, but it does go long. 30-all. If he'd have won that point, that'd have been shot of the match. Now Novak seems to be a bit annoyed with some disruption in the crowd. Carlos is laughing. 4-30-all. First serve is long. Forehand return from Carlos is long, and now we have a game point for Alcaraz. It was a pretty aggressive return position from him, but he wasn't able to react quick enough. And in the end, he puts his forehand long. Now it's Djokovic who goes long, this time on the backhand side. Novak taking his time, just past 10 o'clock local time. Backhand return from Carlos. Now it's on the backhand again of Carlos. Decent depth from the Spaniard. Lovely change of direction from him, and he's going to get a break point. Advantage Alcaraz, 42 minutes on the clock. Nice picking up the pace there. Maybe Novak will regret that he was a little bit passive during that rally. And an anguished look from Djokovic there. I think more from the fact that he lost the point than any aching and paining. Good first serve there from Novak. Now on the forehand of Novak. Again on the forehand. Backhand Carlos. Forehand Djokovic. Turning into a very important rally this. Bit short there from Carlos. Lovely defense though from Alcaraz, but he's not going to be able to defend that. Excellent, excellent tennis there from Novak Djokovic. And now Djokovic wins the next point as well. Sorry, with an ace. No, that just missed. I mean, Djokovic wants to see it again. I think as much as anything, just to slow the pace of this match. To give himself a bit of a breather. Alcaraz backhand there down the line. I think Alcaraz is sensing blood here. I think Djokovic there, that challenge for obviously an electronic line call, which we know can only go one way. I think that was more in a case of I just need a quick breather here. And maybe Alcaraz sensed that. And again, maybe those anguished looks from Novak are as much as anything about aching and paining, maybe more than losing these points. Got a 6-minute game here. Of course, we are going to have a change of ends and therefore a break at the end of this game. But Djokovic will be desperate to hold serve here. It's a good first serve from him. The drive volley as well. Is that going to work? Alcaraz defending, but it's not going to land in. So we are back to deuce. Good first serve there from Novak, giving him an excellent chance to win the point, and he duly did. So we're near 7 minutes now for this game. It's going to be a second serve for Alcaraz to look at. Run around forehand return. And it's a wild backhand that's just completely mistimed and mishit from Novak Djokovic. And we're going to have a third break point now for Carlos Alcaraz. Forehand return. Good backhand there from Djokovic. Neutral position, though. I don't think Djokovic really wants to be in that position against Carlos, given the way the last few points have gone. But he picks up the pace there nicely. Now he goes back in behind Carlos. And now it's a forehand wide from Novak Djokovic. And we do indeed get the break. And a clenched fist from Carlos Alcaraz, as he knows after this change of ends, he will serve for the first set. Remember, it was an early breakdown, and we are going to get some medical attention here for Novak Djokovic, who does seem to be struggling. He does seem to be struggling physically. Let's have a quick look on Twitter to see if I can decipher anything here. Maybe as well, someone in the live chat might have an idea. But those looks of anguish from Djokovic, which at first I thought might be as a result of the loss of points, but in the end, I think he was feeling something. I think it might just be a simple case of aches and pains from from his journey so far, even though he's not been pushed so far. But anyway. Carlos looking anything but pained at the moment. But yeah, just looking at Djokovic here, I mean, or maybe he just jarred something. Did he just jar his knee, perhaps? Yeah, maybe he just jarred something. Either way, whatever position we are in. So time spent on court, Djokovic had 3 hours and 15 minutes more than Carlos Alcaraz. But Djokovic's path, not too bad, especially those 2 straight sets wins he's just had. Alcaraz, of course, his time on court has been compromised by the walkover he had in the previous round against Jack Draper. I even suggested to Steve Link in the preview that maybe Carlos's lack of time on court might not help. But actually, we are now having a medical timeout for Novak Djokovic. There were a few lengthy rallies there as that set developed. And that ball that he chased down, so this is a 16-shot rally that finished with an Alcaraz winner. Just seeing there were sort of 3 points in that last game where Djokovic looked in a little bit of pain. Just going to get my water. Yes, so we'll be speaking to Amy Lundy later on today regarding the first of the men's semi-finals between the winner of this encounter, so Djokovic or Alcaraz, and Alexander Zverev, after Zverev beat Tommy Paul in 4 sets. And then we will also look ahead to the Sabalenka-Paula Badosa semi-final. How close was that, though, to a semi-final between Pavlyuchenkova and Sabalenka? Very close. Given the fact that Pavlyuchenkova was up twice on 2 separate occasions with a break in that 3rd set before Sabalenka fought back. So this medical timeout is continuing. Gonna have another quick look around Twitter to see any more news on this. It is Novak Djokovic who is having the medical timeout right now. And do hit the subscribe button, Draw, if you are new to the channel. Okay, Djokovic looks like he's back on court, about to receive. So, 5-4 Carlos Alcaraz. Serves down the tee. It's a good first serve. Djokovic there struggling to get on that one. Got a racket on it, but not much more. 15 love. Forehand return there from Novak is into the net, and now Carlos is 2 points away from winning the first set. 30 love. Backhand return is not going to work. It's going to be an unreturnable. So 30 love becomes 40 love, and Alcaraz has 3 set points. Down an early break, lost his serve in the first game. Pretty loose game, that one from Alcaraz, including a pretty disappointing forehand that he dumped into the net. That forehand would still be a problem for him through most of that first set, but he ends up sealing it with an ace, and Alcaraz takes first blood here on Rod Laver Arena. But I guess the bigger question even than that right now is, where are we at with Novak Djokovic physically? Didn't look great in that last game where he didn't win the point, but maybe the medical timeout will kick in. But 6 games to 4. Alcaraz takes that first set. Let's have a quick look at Twitter to see what has been going on, to see how maybe there might be some more information on specifically what injury Novak Djokovic incurred. As the Australian Open Twitter account suggests, advantage Alcaraz after an intense opening first set. I think they're doing their best to sell that first set. I don't think it was that higher quality. Of course, high quality and intense are 2 different meanings. I'm aware of that. Oh, Jacob Firmly was warming up Novak Djokovic today on Rod Laver Arena. So, of course, Carlos has yet to make a semi-final in Melbourne. This would potentially be his first semi-final there. Okay, Djokovic serving here, 15 love. Backhand return. Now on the forehand of Djokovic. Oh, that's a loose backhand there from Carlos. He would have expected to make that one more often than not. So it's 30 love. Clips the net. I think that lands in, so it's still going to be a first serve for Djokovic. Backhand return. Now Djokovic on the run a little bit, but that's good depth from him that forces the error. 40 love. And 3 game points for Novak. Steadying the ship. Having lost 3 games in a row. Seeking to arrest that slide by taking the first game of the second set. Goes down the tee with an ace, and he does indeed arrest that slide. And it is 1 game to love. Not quite an hour on the clock. Now that win predictor very much going towards Carlos, 72%, 28% swing for whatever value you may put into the win predictor. As the clock strikes 10:18 local time in Melbourne. Goes down the tee with an ace. It's now Carlos's turn to serve some bombs. Joked about himself being a potential serve bot after his win over Nishioka earlier in the tournament. The net on the first serve. Second serve is decent. That's a really good return from Novak Djokovic. It's a pretty aggressive return by his standards, actually, and that's 15 all. As we do now exactly strike 1 hour. Good serve there from Carlos, but still a bit of work to do, and he does it with +1 forehand winner, 30-15. It's almost Rafa-like in terms of the spin he got on that one. Okay, where are you going with this one? You're going to the backhand. It's a decent return from Novak, and it does bring up 30 all. So a little bit of pressure here for Carlos. But he has got a game point. After a 184-kilometer-hour serve on the previous point, earning him that point. First serve here goes into the net. Forehand return from Novak is going to go wide, is it? No, it's going to land in, punishing that second serve. Deuce. Forehand return from Novak is too good. It's a forehand return winner from Novak Djokovic. Now it's Djokovic on the backhand. Forehand from Carlos. Good depth there, but he's got to save a break point here. So Djokovic goes down the line, and he's going to win this point. Yes, he is. Djokovic gets the break of serve early on in the second set, just as he did in the first set. He's not going anywhere just yet. Let's have a quick look at the live chat. Hi, Dave. Not too bad. Not too bad then if you only missed one set. 50-50 now in the poll, but I would imagine that will start to lean towards Carlos, but maybe not if he doesn't break back pretty soon. How are we doing, by the way? Make sure you hit that like button. Backhand here from Carlos. Forehand from Djokovic. Oh, it's going to hit the baseline, that one. Oh, Djokovic there, but Alcaraz, what a backhand down the line. Love 15. First serve is long, so it's love 15 and a second serve here for Carlos to look at. No signs of the anguish we saw from Novak at the end of the first set. Backhand return. It's a lovely volley there from, but is this going to land in? No, it's not. It's going to go long. It's a lovely volley there from Djokovic that helped him win the point, 15 all. Good first serve there from Novak, and it's going to help him win the point with an unreturnable. And unlike in the previous set when he had the break, he wasn't able to consolidate. But will he be able to consolidate this time? Well, he's going to have 2 game points. Goes down the tee with that one. It's a good serve. Should put him in charge at this point. But we're going to get a. Are we going to get a Joker smash? We are from the. Oh, well, the Joker smash. That was a really tricky one, to be fair, from the back of the court. But it's the more and more difficult that got, the more and more sure I was he was going to miss it. Still has a game point in the bag. Good first serve there into the body of Carlos. Decent forehand. Carlos, though, picking up the pace. Net cord there from Djokovic. Been a few net cords in this match. Alcaraz defending. Alcaraz defending. And now Djokovic is going to put a forehand into the net, despite being on top of the rally for most of that point. Deuce. Okay, deuce. So here we go. Djokovic to serve. Goes down the tee. Really good first serve there that Carlos can barely get a racket on. And we're going to have a game point for Novak Djokovic. First serve into the net. So in order to keep this game going, Carlos is at least going to have a second serve to look at. Backhand return from Carlos going cross court. So much depth there from Novak. Now we're into the rally here. Alcaraz defending again. Alcaraz defending again. The volley there should be put away, is put away, and it is 3-love now for Novak Djokovic. Some belief now seeping back into the Serb and also his team and his fans. Let's have a quick look at the live chat. Hi, Dave again. Novak Djokovic tweaked something. Does it seem like he's playing more aggressively due to the groin? I think he's just got to. I think he was far too passive in that first set. We saw it a bit against Lahetska in the previous round, where it got to the tiebreak, and I thought Djokovic wanted to get it done in straight sets. Now, that's kind of an obvious thing to say. He's obviously going to want to get it done in straights, not 4 or 5. But I just thought that, you know what, he's not particularly great physically right now, just at the end of that match. I think he was pretty keen to get the job done. And therefore he did. And therefore he picked up the aggression in that third set tiebreak, and he reaped the rewards. Yes, some bad misses in the end, but ultimately got the job done there. 3-love, he leads, and now it's Carlos who's on the back foot. Couple of things there, look, that you can buy. Talking Tennis has got its merch out there. I think it's the mug that you really want to be getting a hold of. And for less than €15. It's not weird at all, Dave. It's just often the case that there are different streams and different paces. Backhand there down the line from Alcaraz is a winner. I might see if I can get it up on my laptop and then might have a bit of a quicker stream than on TV. $30-love soon becomes $40-love. I think my stream might have been frozen a little bit. But anyway, I am now at 15, or love 15. Let's have a look at some of the key stats as well from this match. At least from the first set, Novak Djokovic hit just 3 winners in that first set, compared to 13 from Carlos Alcaraz. Didn't hit any aces either. It is going to be 15-30 now, though, so Carlos will be thinking about a potential break now. Backhand return, but that's going to clip the net, is it? Wait.
So, also es geht jetzt darum, er sagt, ich glaube, dass das Netz war, ist alles gut, aber du musst ja lauter was sagen. Und du hast das doch erst gesagt, als dann gestoppt hat. Also es geht ihm jetzt gar nicht darum.
I'm not quite sure what this is about. Yeah, another let argument. We had a let argument early on in the Tommy Paul Alexander Zverev match. Was it really a let? Is that what the issue is? Okay, it's going to be a second serve either way for Alcaraz to look at. He's going to have to get composed and ready here because he has got a bit of a sniff here at a break at 15-30, second serve. Good depth here from Carlos, but Novak doing okay, but that's too long there from Alcaraz, and it is 30 all. Late call there from the umpire, says Dave. Thank you for the heads up on that one. Forehand block return there from Carlos. And the forehand goes long from Novak Djokovic, and we are going to get a break point now for Carlos Alcaraz. Just see that strapping that Djokovic has on the right thigh, I think it is. Serve volley here from Novak. I think it's another example of an attempt to shorten the point, and we've got the break back. The serve volley didn't work. Novak not doing enough with the volley. Alcaraz having the opportunity to attack and forcing the error from the reflex reaction of Novak Djokovic at the net. 3-2, back on serve. Alcaraz, of course, will have to consolidate before this break becomes valid, so to speak, but he is now very much back in this set. And of course, more than back in the match, having won the first set 6-4. Yeah, there were some incidents in the Tommy Paul Alexander Zverev match earlier on today, and they were also involving late net calls. Let us know what you think about that encounter. Let us know what you think about this encounter, but also the two women's semi-finals today, with Coco Gauff being surprised by Paula Badosa in straight sets. Badosa just did not relent throughout. And then the semi-final we had on before this was Pavlyuchenkova against Aryna Sabalenka, with Sabalenka winning in 3 sets there, but was down a break on 2 separate occasions in that third set. So Alcaraz to serve now. And he wins the first point of this game. So it is 15-love. Hey, Ashley. Forehand here. Defensive shot there from Djokovic, but it's not even going to get over the net. So it's 30-love. First serve into the net. Backhand return clips the net. And now it's a forehand error off the racket of Alcaraz. Feels like this has just been an unforced error fest. Forehand return from Novak. Backhand to backhand right now. And that backhand's gone wide from Novak Djokovic. So it is going to be 2-game points for Alcaraz to consolidate that break and get things back on level terms in this second set. But it would feel like a big advantage as well for Alcaraz, not just having won that first set, but having reclaimed the break after 1 hour and 20 minutes. But it's not done yet. 40-15, 2-game points. Forehand return from Novak is decent. Now it's on the backhand of Novak, picks up the pace, and it's enough to force the error. 40-30. Yes, he is indeed walking around a little gingerly, Dave. Now on the forehand of Novak. Alcaraz defends, but he's not able to defend well, so it's deuce. Okay, deuce. Forehand return from Novak. Backhand from Djokovic into the forehand of Alcaraz. Is that going to land in? No, it's not. And so we've got a break point from 40-15. We've gone from 40-15 on the Alcaraz serve to now break point Novak Djokovic. Djokovic return there into the backhand of Carlos. Slice here from Djokovic. Forehand from Carlos. Oh, good depth there from Djokovic. I thought it was going to go long. Alcaraz being very patient here today. Little change of direction there. Drop shot from Alcaraz. Is it going to help him win the point? It is. Djokovic chased it down, redropped the drop shot, giving Alcaraz a decision to make, and one he made with success. And we are back to deuce. If you're watching on Twitter or X, as some people may call it, do hit the retweet button, but also get in the comment section and let us know what you think about this encounter. Not much Djokovic could do about that. Decent return here from Novak. He's into the rally here. Another good bit of depth there from Djokovic. Bit of a loopy forehand there from Alcaraz. Bit of a change up. And it's Djokovic now who errs with a forehand long. And having saved a break point, Alcaraz now has another game point. Of course, he's had 2 already when he was up 40-15. Indeed, chasing around drop shots is not going to help Djokovic physically at all. Block return there from Djokovic. Drop shot from Alcaraz. Back. Oh, lucky boy, Djokovic with that net cord. With a reverse backhand volley, or backhand smash, if you know what I mean. But it clipped the net, which took some of the pace out of it. And it was enough to give him the point. So we're back to deuce. Block return from Djokovic. Alcaraz thought about what to do with that, went big, and then ultimately, after Djokovic defends, puts the volley away. Game point, Carlos Alcaraz. Do we think this level from Alcaraz, by the way, if it is him who progresses, it's going to be enough to beat Zverev and Sinner potentially back-to-back? Alcaraz into the net on the first serve. Backhand return from Djokovic, forehand from Djokovic, forehand from Alcaraz. Cross court there. Slice there from Djokovic. A slice again from Novak. That's a bit passive there from Djokovic. And he's not going to... Oh, I see. That was long from Alcaraz, so we're back to deuce. I wondered why Djokovic was not going to chase that drop shot down. Didn't need to. We're back at deuce. Pretty important game, this one, it feels like. Well, Djokovic is certainly picking up the pace on that forehand. A heaviness increase, meaning a bit more effort and a bit more aggression in this second set. We are at deuce. Second serve. Oh, double fault, Carlos Alcaraz. Second serve, double fault brings up second break point for Novak Djokovic. And he didn't have to do much there. So break point, Alcaraz serves, backhand return. Well, neither have really been playing well throughout the match, Dave, I would argue. How's that coffee? Was that a second serve ace from Alcaraz, or am I misreading that? Either way, it was an unreturnable, I should say. Second serve unreturnable. Really went for it there. Deuce. No lacking in bravery. Good return there from Djokovic. Djokovic now on the forehand. Forehand Alcaraz. And a forehand from Djokovic again, not responding well to a sort of loopy forehand from Alcaraz. And he clenches his fist like he's just pulled a rabbit out of a hat. Don't know if magicians clench their fists. Yeah, so that loopy sort of semi-defensive forehand from Alcaraz is drawing the error from Djokovic. And the way he looked at Juan Carlos Ferrero was as though they talked about it before. Drop shot here from Carlos is going to be too good. And it is finally 3-all, but he did have to fend off 2 break points. How significant will those break point saves turn out to be? Well, we might find out in the next couple of minutes, as Djokovic now serves at 3-all. Of course, he was leading 3-love in this set. And then serving at 3-1 to take a 4-1 lead, he was broken. Ray, it's snowing in Austin, okay. Well, it means you can chill and watch the match and enjoy your coffee. How do you take your coffee, by the way, Dave? Djokovic comes into the net, but he's not going to do with that anything with that one. 15-love. $15-love soon becomes 30-love. Fair enough, Dave. Yeah, I sort of mix it up. I mix it up, Dave. Sometimes I have it black. Sometimes I have latte. Sometimes I have cappuccino. Sometimes I have espresso. Just depends on my mood. Oh, you make me feel hungry now, Dave. Djokovic goes down the tee, but goes long, second serve. But he has got 3 game points in the pocket. See how aggressive Alcaraz is here. He comes into the court. Net cord there for Djokovic. Drop shot return, or response, I should say, from Carlos Alcaraz, 40-15. I was desperately trying to get a coffee before this match began, but I didn't get a chance in the end. They were much swifter than I thought they would be. Djokovic down the tee. We're into the rally here. Djokovic, did that go long? No, it seemed to just land in, but he has gone long there on the forehand. 40-30. That backhand there must have just clipped the line. But either way, didn't matter because he went long on the next forehand. Unforced errors in this second set. Just 1 off the racket of Carlos Alcaraz and 7 from Novak Djokovic. Yes, do hit that like button, by the way. And if you are new to the channel, hit subscribe. Good serve there from Djokovic. He's going to win the point. He's very much on top of it here. The forehand there. Alcaraz stays in the point. Alcaraz stays in the point. We're going to get a smash, but Djokovic puts this one away and holds for 4-3. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see out this set.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
All things tennis indeed. Alcaraz serves, goes long. Ashley, are you on the coffee this morning? Backhand return from Djokovic goes long as well. So it's 15-love. Do give us a follow on X and on Instagram at TalkingTennisTT so you can keep up to date with all things tennis. Okay, Alcaraz serving a first serve into the body. Djokovic reacts well, but he doesn't react well there, puts the forehand into the net, and we're going to be 30-love. Yes, that hamstring does seem to be a small issue for the 10-time Melbourne winner. And 30-love becomes 40-love with an ace for Carlos Alcaraz. It's the 5th one for him today, just 2 off the racket of Djokovic. Oh, I thought there was going to be a 6th one, but no, just wide. Second serve. Alcaraz here with 3 game points. Backhand return from Djokovic is good. Slice there from Alcaraz. Alcaraz defending here. Drop shot from Djokovic is not going to be good enough. And we are at 4 games all. Okay, where's my water? It's over here. Four games all. Djokovic to serve. It was at this juncture, of course, in the first set that things got away from Novak. And we had the most significant passage of the match so far. What's going on here? I think Djokovic's going to take every chance he can and pause the match as long as he can. Okay, Djokovic now finally going to serve 4-all. Taking advantage of every breather he can possibly have. Good serve down the tee. Goes into the net. Oh, a forehand winner there from Djokovic, from Alcaraz. That was a loopy one. I thought when it initially came off his racket, it looked like it was going to land out. But then shortly afterwards, we saw it sort of seemed to me to curve through the air and ultimately land in. So, love 15. Pretty slow pace to this match. Djokovic into the net on the first serve. Forehand return from Carlos. Carlos comes into the net. He's not able to put that volley away. It was tricky. Probably just hesitated slightly on that net approach. 15 all. Djokovic here at the net. Forehand here. Is that going to be a volley put away? It is on the backhand side. Flicking of the racket there from Djokovic, 30-15. And that's going to land out. So it's going to be 40-15 from love 15 and a bit of danger. 3 points in a row now for Djokovic. Goes long there with that first serve. Backhand return there from Carlos. Backhand again from Carlos. Great depth there from the Spaniard. But nice change of direction there from Djokovic. However, it's a backhand down the line that's going to land just out. Close call, it says. But it is 5-4. We'll take a quick break with Alcaraz to serve to stay in this second set.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
All things tennis indeed. Alcaraz serving here at 4-5. Loses the first point. So Djokovic right now is 3 points away from the second set. This point is big, but they may only get bigger from here on in. Team Djokovic, says someone on their t-shirt there. Forehand from Alcaraz, backhand from Djokovic. Djokovic maybe just sensing the moment. Run around forehand here from Alcaraz. Oh, and that time the loopy ball didn't work. And did Alcaraz just slip a little bit? Maybe. Either way, we've got love 30 now. Alcaraz, good first serve there. But that backhand's going to go in the net. And we've got 3 set points from nowhere for Novak Djokovic. Where did this come from? So Alcaraz will be keen to get some first serves in here. He's not going to get it there. So it's going to be a second serve. How much of a risk is Alcaraz going to take here? How much of a risk is Djokovic going to take here? Djokovic jumps into the... He's going to put a backhand return winner. It is 1 set all. It is game on. Djokovic clenched fist. Sits down. And 1 set all. And that came from nowhere. Djokovic, of course, had the break advantage. Seeded it. And Djokovic, as Dave's posits in the live chat, maybe he didn't like that take. Either way, gets the break. So, 1 set all. But it does feel such a pedestrian pace to this match, which I think is suiting Novak to some extent. I do wonder, though, if the match might end up being a bit lengthy, but the pauses, etc., might be playing in his slight favour at the moment. I would still make Alcaraz the favourite. What do you think in the live chat, though? Get voting in our poll and let me know in the live chat. Djokovic here, according to the live chat, 56-44. Also, while we have a break, check out, of course, some of the merch that we have. Look cool. Get yourself a t-shirt. Get yourself a hoodie. Get yourself a jumper. Get yourself a Talking Tennis mug. And make that coffee all the more tastier. Anyway, how tasty is this encounter looking right now at 1 set all? Well, it now becomes a best of 3. One of my takes before the match began was that I fancied Alcaraz because I thought if it does go 5, I would fancy the Spaniard. Of course, it might not yet go 5. Djokovic serving to start the 3rd set once again. Indeed it would, Dave. Indeed it would. The win predictor, by the way, now has it at 50-50. Pre-match was 56-44. If you take stock in the win predictor, I don't think many people do. Good first serve there from Djokovic, and it's going to help him win the point, 15-love. Djokovic dropping 2 sets en route to Basavaredi in the first round and then Jaime Faria in the second before straight sets wins over Mahach and Lehecka. And it's an ace down the tee, so it's 30-love. Must have just clipped the line, that one. Yes, it did. First serve goes wide. Second serve, run around forehand return from Carlos. Is Carlos going to chase that down? He is. Wow. Very few players in the world would have chased that one down. But Carlos was one of those few players. There's a loopy short ball that Djokovic, I thought, did really well with. And I thought he was going to win the point. But Alcaraz, not only did he get his racket on it, Djokovic can't believe it. Maybe he's lamenting the previous tactical decision, but I don't think there was a lot wrong with it. Forehand Novak, forehand Carlos. Good depth there from Carlos, but it's an excellent forehand from Djokovic. And it's 40-15. And this match has a very different feel to it right now. 2-game points, Novak Djokovic. Backhand there from Djokovic goes wide. Should Djokovic hold here? Well, I don't think it's quite panic stations yet for Carlos, but there's a little bit of wind taken out of his sails in the space of a very short period of time, much as he took the wind out of Djokovic's sails at the end of that first set. Good first serve down the tee, but Alcaraz is in this point, and it's a drop shot that's going to help him win it, and we are at deuce. So, deuce it is. Time for some stretching. Craig Tiley watches on. Forehand from Djokovic. Backhand slice there. Forehand volley drive winner from Djokovic. And he's got another game point. Good defense there from Alcaraz, but it wasn't enough in the end. Second serve. That felt pretty close. Down the tee. And it's going to be a game for Novak Djokovic. 1-love, he leads. So, a little bit of a momentum shift now with 3 games in a row going the way of Novak Djokovic. Similar to the previous set as well, as I said, when Alcaraz was 4-3 down and then won 3 games in a row, and that was enough, of course, to win that set. Here we have 3 games in a row going the way of Novak, which means the last 2 games of the previous set and now a hold to 30. Do get voting in our poll and also hit that like button. And if you are new to the channel, do hit subscribe. If you're watching on X, by the way, do get involved in the comments and let us know your thoughts on this particular encounter, which is in the balance right now, if not quite on a knife edge. Decent return there from Novak, but that goes out. A lot of unforced errors from both players today. Unless things pick up, I don't think this will be going down in the annals of classic Djokovic-Alcaraz encounters, particularly as the bar is pretty high on that. Just get my water, which is on a different table, of course. Alcaraz serve out wide, and it's going to be an ace for the Spaniard. 30-love. Yeah, you've got to put that potential whatever ailment that Djokovic may or may not have out of your mind and just get on with things. Good serve there down the tee from Alcaraz. It's a nice backhand down the line there from Carlos, but good defending from Djokovic, and it's enough to help him earn the point in the end. So 30-15. Big fan of Djokovic is there in the crowd. Clips the net and goes wide. So second serve here at 30-15 for Djokovic to look at. Backhand return. Now it's on the forehand of Carlos. Djokovic diving, jumping backhand. Now in the backhand exchange. Forehand here for Carlos. Forehand again from Carlos is pretty short. And a forehand there goes into the net from Carlos Alcaraz. It feels like we're having rally, 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 unforced error. Rally, 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 unforced error. Rally, 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 good defense, unforced error. Seems to be the pattern of the match so far. Slightly pensive looks there from Juan Carlos Ferrero and the rest of the Alcaraz team. Clip the net, but lands in. So it's going to be another first serve here at 30-all for Djokovic to look at. Good first serve there from Carlos. He's going to come into the net. But Djokovic is going to pass him for 30-40. Now that's quality. Yeah, it does feel like at times we're watching this match in slow motion, which is very unusual for particularly Carlos these days. Good serve there from Alcaraz, but it's not going to be enough to win the point. Probably made a wrong decision there in terms of going cross court rather than down the line. Djokovic defends, but it's not going to be enough, and it's deuce. So much to the relief of Alcaraz. He saves that break point. Djokovic on the absolute stretch there. Wonder if Senor Sinner will be enjoying watching this in terms of potential opponents later on down the line. The rally here. Djokovic does well with that forehand, but so does Alcaraz with that backhand, but good defending there from Djokovic. And it's Alcaraz who dumps a forehand into the net after that ball skimmed off the surface. Made it very difficult for Carlos. You might call it an error, though. I think he probably would himself. Maybe I'll be a little bit generous and call it a forced error. It's another break point for Novak Djokovic. Forehand return from him, though, goes into the net. And Novak would normally do much better with that as a wry smile, and he looks up to the sky. Deuce. Maybe Carlos got away with that one a little bit. Oh, net cord there. Forehand winner there from Carlos. Clenched fist all round. We see a Vamos Carlos placard in the crowd as he brings up a game point. He's been under a bit of pressure in this game. He's had to save a couple of break points. Yeah, I was wondering something similar. Down the tee, forehand here from Carlos. Decent depth from both players. Djokovic playing it cool down the middle of the court, but he does now take it up a notch. Now it's on the forehand of Djokovic. Backhand there from Carlos. Oh, I thought that had gone out from Djokovic. Now he dumps a forehand into the net. And again, this error-strewn fest of a quarterfinal continues. One game all. Djokovic to serve. Okay, Alcaraz to serve. Djokovic to serve even. Excuse me. 2 hours on the clock. Oh, lovely ace there down the tee. Catching Alcaraz unawares, and it's 15 love. Backhand here from Alcaraz, cross court. Now it's a forehand winner from Alcaraz. Djokovic is never going to get that one. 15 all. 20 past 11 local time. As I said before, just over 2 hours now on the clock. Hi, Steve. How are you doing? Do hit that like button, please. Let us know what you're consuming. I'm on the water right now. Thanks, Steve. I'm sure you do. Okay, second serve here for Alcaraz to look at. Forehand return from him. And it's a forehand there from Alcaraz that goes into the net. 30-15. No. Or depends on which way you look at it, Steve. I almost think that Djokovic's level is, yeah, it's okay, but Djokovic can play much better than this. Alcaraz too. It just feels a bit, like I said, an error-strewn fest today. I mean, neither have really hit the heights that they are capable of, and neither have brought this match to the heights that we've seen in the past. It may yet take off, but so far at times it feels sluggish and error-strewn. Indeed, Dave, I would agree with you. Finding a way to win is something Novak has done throughout his career, and that's not going to help as Alcaraz puts a backhand into the net. So it is 2-1 to Novak Djokovic. Shall we have a quick listen to Jaime Faria tell us how much he was looking forward to playing Novak Djokovic? Yeah, sure, why not?
Ready. Play.
With Team Gasquet, potentially, Rafa, and we don't know how many more years Novak will be on tour. Is there a player that you really want to play before they finish?
Yeah, sure. Novak Djokovic.
You want to play? Or is there a player that you really want to play before they finish?
Yeah, sure. Novak Djokovic.
Before they finish?
Yeah, sure. Novak Djokovic. Yeah, sure. Novak Djokovic.
You want to play? And I'm back again. Well, Novak Djokovic is certainly back from being a set down on 4-all. He has since won 4 out of the last 5 games to put himself in a reasonably healthy position. Djokovic here going to have to face down a drop shot, but he's going to do very well with that, and he should win the point from here, and he does. Love 15. One thing I will say, though, about the Sinner thing, I think, particularly if it's Carlos, the level from Carlos, I think, might go up against Yannick. It probably won't be enough, at least on the current form. But, yeah. Good return there from Djokovic. Backhand from Carlos. Backhand from Djokovic. Cross-court there, forehands from both players. Djokovic, Alcaraz thought about coming into the net there, but hesitated. And now it's Alcaraz who's going to dump just an impatient, impetuous backhand. Just slightly mistimed. And it goes wide. So it's love 30 on the Alcaraz serve. Yeah, we've not seen too much Hollywood action. We've not seen too many crazy rallies. We've not seen too many improbable winners. We're seeing slightly subpar. Oh, a net. Oh, I thought that was going to clip the net and go over. And we've seen a few net cords today. Steve there suggesting that maybe Carl's lost a little bit of focus. Well, it's been a rough period this last 5 games. Needs to stem that tide. Start making some serious imprints on the Djokovic serve. We've seen a few breaks of serve today, but more because of unforced errors than anything else. A drop shot there from Carlos. It's going to put himself in a good position and he wins the point. I think that might just clip the net, hence the apology. So Carlos gets away with it a little bit there. Again, another net cord. How many net cords are we going to see today? And it's 30 all. Wonderful forehand return, though, there from Novak Djokovic. That's more like it. Break point for the serve. Return winners lead from Djokovic, 5, which seems to be at half of the course, and 1 for Alcaraz, which seems to be slightly under par. Gets the first serve in. Oh, I thought that Djokovic was going to be able to defend that, but he didn't quite. And we're back to deuce. Andy Murray looking on. Carlos here go down the tee. Decent return there, though, from Novak. Novak on the backhand now. Lovely backhand down the line there, but good defense there from Carlos, is it? Or has he gone wide? Has that gone wide from Carlos? No, it just landed in. And therefore, Djokovic's shot was the error that ended that rally. So we've got a game point now for Carlos Alcaraz. He's saved a break point. He's saved a few already in this match. Feels like he's under a bit more pressure on his serve right now than Novak. Goes down the tee, does he? Must have clipped the net, that one, though, because it definitely landed him. Still a first serve. Into the net, second serve. And it's a forehand winner there from Carlos Alcaraz. So it's 2-all. This match could not be closer. 1 set all, 2 sets, 2 games all. Over to you, Novak Djokovic, to serve. Australian Open quarterfinal, just short of 11:30 at night in Melbourne. Djokovic to serve. Goes down the tee. Backhand return from Carlos. Backhand from Djokovic. Carlos going with that loopy forehand, which we've seen to have some degree of success, but it does seem that Djokovic is dealing with it much better now. There was a few unforced errors coming off his racket earlier when having to deal with that loopy forehand, but now the last couple feels like he's put away with consummate ease. 15-love. Djokovic to serve into the net on the first serve. Backhand return. I don't think his return game has been quite up there today so far from Alcaraz. Now Alcaraz picks up the pace, comes into the net. What's he going to do with that volley? He's going to put it out. Well played, Novak Djokovic. Djokovic here going to get a towel. A lot of delaying tactics here from Novak. Understandably so. He was about to take a swing at that before he realized it was going to land out. Down the tee, backhand return. Djokovic here on the backhand as well. Forehand winner there from Carlos Alcaraz. 30-15. Djokovic down the tee. Good serve there. Alcaraz reads that, but he's going to put the volley away, is he? Alcaraz defends. Now we're going to get a smash from Djokovic, and even he can't miss that one. 40-15. And it's an backhand winner there from Djokovic. And really, just those ailments and those concerns and the form that he showed in the first set and a half seems to be, or first set at least, seems to have been alleviated right now. We'll take a quick break and then we'll come back with the second half of this third set.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Well, we had a cat and mouse point at the net, and we've had a few of those today, and it feels like Djokovic has won more often than not, and he did so on this occasion. And then we had another one of these sort of Alcaraz pulling the trigger on the backhand side, but skewing it wide shots, which again, we've seen a few times today. And now we have love 30. And again, Alcaraz feels like he's under pressure on his serve. Probably because I think I'm not watching this in real time. Probably why I felt like I've seen some of those points so many times before. Gonna try and get this back to the live moment. Sorry, my stream is not playing ball. Alcaraz has 2 game points on his serve. For 3-all. Okay. Fingers crossed we'll be back to reality and back to now. (40-30) here on the Alcaraz serve at 2-3. Oh, and Alcaraz puts a forehand into the net. The sort of scrappy nature of this, I think, is suiting Novak a little bit. Yeah, I didn't switch tabs, Dave, but I know what you mean. That does happen sometimes. But no, I'm watching it on TV. Ooh, double fault there from Carlos means we've got another break point for Novak Djokovic. Three double faults from Alcaraz today and 0 so far off the racket of Novak Djokovic. Be keen to get his first serve in here. Does so, but Djokovic does excellent to get that back in. Now Djokovic maybe in the ascendancy in this rally. Alcaraz changes direction there. Thought about maybe the drop shot, but didn't go for it. Now on the backhand side, goes into the net, and we've got a break for Novak Djokovic. 4-2, he leads now. And is that going to be a decisive move, at least in terms of this set? Well, we'll soon find out. 4-2 now, Djokovic leads. It does feel that maybe Novak needs to set a little bit more than Carlos, but I do. Obviously, it'd be a huge favourite, whoever does end up winning it. Good first serve there from Djokovic. Now, though, Alcaraz is in the rally, and Djokovic goes along with the forehand, love 15. I think Alcaraz needs to get in the rallies here on Djokovic's serve. But it's a good first serve there from Novak, although we are now into the rally. A slice there from Alcaraz. Another slice again, but I don't think it's doing much damage, although Alcaraz picks up the pace, and that's going to land out. So it is love 30. Now we look at some Spanish fans, or at least fans of the Spaniard in the crowd. So we're now at love 30. Huge point here. Alcaraz wins this point. You'd fancy him to break serve. Djokovic wins this point, and you'd probably fancy him to hold. That's how big this point is. Djokovic goes into the net on the first serve. So now the percentages just go slightly a little bit more towards Alcaraz. Remember, 0 double faults off the racket of Novak Djokovic so far today. Until now, because he's netted. So, love 40 is. And now, love 40. Good first serve there, though, from Novak. Now he's on the forehand. He puts the forehand winner away, and it's 15-40. 1 down, 2 to go for Novak. Djokovic here to serve. Good first serve as well there, and it's going to save another one. Djokovic getting his first serves in when he needs them most. 30-40. Djokovic here. Another first serve in from Novak. Backhand cross-court exchange right now. Now on the forehand of Novak. Forehand Alcaraz. Djokovic picks up the pace. Djokovic picks up the pace. Just decides not to come to the net, though. Alcaraz, though, with a forehand, but it's not enough to win the point. Good defense there from Djokovic. Good depth there from Alcaraz, and it's enough now to finally win the point. And Alcaraz is relieved. 3-4, back on serve. Some good first serves there from Novak to get him to 30-40, but in the end. And also, he did try and attack that rally a little bit, Novak, but in the end, it wasn't enough. And it was Alcaraz who forced the error. So we are back on serve. Who is your favorite now? Where is your money at? Let us know in the live chat, but also get voting in this poll. which so far has 58% for Novak Djokovic and 42% for Carlos Alcaraz. I was feeling before the match it was probably a little bit more the other way around, that it was close to a 60-40, 55-60-40 in favor of Alcaraz, but certainly as the match has gone on, there's been various stages when I've made Novak the slight favorite, but right now it feels like it's too close to call. Do check out some of the shopping that we have available, as you can see here. Some t-shirts, some hoodies, some stickies. What is Novak mad about right now? Let us know in the live chat what Novak is mad about, because I can see Ashley asking a similar question. Okay, what's on the scores? Miss Dawes back to the scoreboard, 3-4. Alcaraz to serve. Goes out wide, comes into the net, picks that ball up, but it's not going to be enough, although that volley is going to go out, I think. Love 15. Carlos now the forehand, and that's going to be an error as well. So it's love 30. Where are we going with this one, Carlos? Love 30. A spot of bother again on your serve, as you often have been in this set. And he's going to go long with the backhand. It's love 40. So annoyed with himself there. We don't often see that. Screeches of anger. So, love 40. Backhand return from Djokovic. Forehand now. Forehand Carlos. Backhand Novak. Backhand exchanges here. Oh, a Djokovic net cord. What's going to go on here? Djokovic change of a direction here. Backhand now. Forehand Novak from a neutral position, but he's probably just slightly up in this rally, maybe. And it's a Novak Djokovic forehand winner, and he cups his ear to the crowd to say, what do you think about that, ladies and gentlemen? 5-3, he leads after a 22-shot rally, and he will now serve for this third set. Look at that. We've seen that look a few times from Novak, especially on the Rod Laver Arena. Well, Eddie, what have you made of this match so far?
I sort of missed I missed all of the second set. So I've sort of only seen I joined from this third set and I saw part of the first set, but it seems to be quite up and down. I'm not sure. You need to fill me in a bit.
Yeah, no, the quality's not been there from either player, I would say. Not the heights that both they can reach, but also this encounter has reached so many times before. The second set was a little bit of a mirror of the first set, but in reverse, if you see what I mean. In that the first set was, a couple of breaks, nip and tuck. Didn't really feel like either player had a great advantage. Neither player was playing spectacularly well. The patterns would often be quite similar, that you'd have you know, fairly neutral rallies. One player would pick up the pace and then the other one would either hit an error or a forced error. And neither player was, you know, hitting the heights in the first set. Second set, similar. Gets to 4-all. You're thinking, well, this is fine for Alcaraz. He's got that set advantage. Djokovic still looked a bit off color. Of course, he had those issues at the end of the first set physically that prompted the medical timeout as well. And I thought things were looking good for Carlos. He also didn't seem to be, you know, seemed to be serving okay. But then there was this period between 4-all and I think a breakup then for Novak at the beginning of the third set. And yeah, Alcaraz's serving went down and there was errors coming off the back of his racket, a bit of impetuosity that he was kind of not enjoying. Sort of stodginess of the game that was being what lovely drop shot there though from Alcaraz, which is anything but stodgy. And of course he needs to get this break back.
And this would be 4 breaks in a row if he was to get this, right?
Indeed it would, yeah.
And
because at 4-2 you were thinking, my goodness me, you know, Djokovic breaking for 4-2, you were thinking that might just be enough given how close he is to the finish line in this set. Djokovic still doesn't look great, though. Doesn't look to be moving great. Doesn't look super comfortable. He obviously looks better than he did at the end of the first set, but yeah.
The good serve there from him, which is probably needed.
Yep.
And, well, this is sort of, in a way, though, this is not that surprising from Alcaraz. He's had these up and down performances, even in the big matches. And in matches that he's ultimately went on to win. So it's just a question now, I think, if he does win this, is he going to be able to find that extra gear again?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to say which way this match is going to go. Obviously, the next couple of minutes will help us decide. You know, if it goes 5, I would fancy Carlos. But obviously, if Djokovic wins this and has a 2-1 lead, is this level going to be enough from either player to beat Zverev? Probably not. Is it going to be enough to meet Sinner? It would be very difficult to imagine. One thing I would say is, though, for both players, though, is Alcaraz against Zverev, I would favor Zverev. Djokovic, I think, could do something, especially if it gets mental. Yeah. And then the final, it's almost a little bit the other way around. I think actually Sinner would probably beat Djokovic. If it's Sinner Alcaraz, I would still make Sinner the favorite. But I do think that both those two players do bring the best out of each other.
Yeah. I pretty much agree with that. And that's just the funny thing about matchups
and all that. Yeah. Even if Alcaraz scraps his way to the final, I just think that what's going on here? What's going on here? Oh, I thought that was going to clip the net and go over. Is that what you thought?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I guess I'm just slightly ahead of you, but
you are a few seconds, but it's fine. But 40-30, and we have now got a set point for Novak Djokovic. He's also just slowing things down a little bit where possible, Novak, just to give him that extra bit of breather. You know, just having a quick chat with various different people. Just to give himself a little bit of a breather between points, which is why I think we've also had a bit of a slow pace.
So let's see this.
Yeah, huge moment in this match right now.
Maybe a second serve.
Yeah, I see that. Decent return. Got a neutral rally. Oh, I thought Alcaraz was going to go long there. I thought Djokovic was going to go long. Now we've got a drop shot. Is it going to land in? Yes, it is. What's going to go on here? But Alcaraz is going to have a very difficult smash, especially... No, he's not going to take the smash on.
That's it. That's it.
Wow. Does Alcaraz normally take that smash on? Quite possibly if it's a different moment, but yeah.
I mean, you knew exactly what Djokovic was going to do there with that backhand pass, but and I thought maybe Alcaraz might be able to get it because he's sort of quite good at that, but no, it was perfectly executed from Djokovic. And
indeed it was. I see
Well-
Alcaraz just rubbing his leg there, but I think it's probably more the impact on the ground than anything that
Right.
he's pulled.
Well, a case of maybe just Djokovic mentally just the stronger player here today.
So far, yeah, and he's kind of probably played the match a bit more on his terms than Alcaraz would have liked. You know, Alcaraz hasn't been able to pull out some of the Hollywood shot making. He's grown frustrated. You know, perhaps the slightly slower pace of the nature of the match hasn't helped. But yeah, it's been a bit of a weird match. Been a bit difficult to make out. As I say, I think at 1 set and 4-all in the second, even though I thought Alcaraz wasn't playing great and I thought Djokovic wasn't playing great, I just thought that's fine, you know. But this ability to win when you're playing badly is probably something that Alcaraz still needs to add to his resume.
Yeah. And maybe the decision making at times sometimes from Carlos. Yeah, maybe he should have done better there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think he could have taken on the smash there. That was my feeling when I first saw it. I'd probably need to see it again a few times to really conclude anything. But my first feeling was, as I said, okay, here comes a very difficult smash. But then he's like, no, because I think he could have let that bounce and still taken it on the smash. But
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, it looked like he was going to do that. So
yeah, but I think perhaps the nature of the point, if that would have been like the first point of the match, I'm pretty sure he would have taken a smash on. But
yeah, and that's Djokovic's son there, which is probably extra motivation as well for Djokovic, you know, because his son is old enough now to sort of understand what's going on and everything.
And pre-match, did you have a feeling about this match?
Well, I had a sort of feeling that Djokovic was going to win it. Yeah, even though, I think, you know, like it's clear that tennis-wise and athletically at the moment, Alcaraz is slightly above when he's at his best, but I just feel like Djokovic was going to be really motivated here, and in that, I think he's done pretty well so far.
What changed things for me slightly, well, no, maybe even more than slightly, was the results that Djokovic had and the performances he had against the two Czechs of Mahac and Lehecka. That's not to say that I predicted Djokovic win. I still went for Alcaraz, partly because of the dynamic of 5 sets. I thought if it goes to a 5th set, then I'm backing Alcaraz. And but those two performances did make me sort of wonder. And of course, on top of that, Alcaraz's form in Melbourne, yet to make a semi-final. I still suspect that he won't go on to win the title. I actually predicted before the tournament began, I had Alcaraz in my semi-final, beating Djokovic here, but then losing to Zverev, who then loses to Sinner in the final. Is that a double fault? I think it is. 15-30. It's been a few too many of those as well from Alcaraz compared to Djokovic. At least I think Djokovic has only hit 1 double fault all match.
I mean, huge point. Oh, there's a lob. Oh. Again, Alcaraz getting kind of caught out there, but
it was a good lob. It was a good lob.
I
mean, maybe he was a little too close to the net, but it was a good lob. I mean, obviously Alcaraz does to get his racket on it, and he just hesitated as well with that pickup. But
yeah, and perhaps Djokovic really needs to, if he's going to win this, he needs to get it done in this set.
Yeah, and I think he might just be sort of got the bit between his teeth right now. You know, we might sit on a few of these returns. Not that one, of course, that goes long, but you might just see him just pick up the pace. I think even though Djokovic needed to get it done, those first 2 sets in particular, I didn't think Djokovic was playing that aggressively.
Mm-hmm.
But we might just see a slightly more aggressive version of Novak.
Oh. And another error there.
Oh, yeah, you have the forehand side. And this match, from, as I say, looking pretty comfortable for Carlos. It wasn't quite Cincinnati levels of comfort where I think he was leading with a break in the second set. It was up a set and a break. Now, Djokovic has to be a warm favorite. It's a long way to go in this set, but again, the levels of threat, both of them are being broken. Both of them are being threatened on their serve, but it just feels as though Alcaraz is having to fight for every service hold, whereas every now and again, Djokovic is getting a reasonable hold.
Right. Well, yeah.
So that clutching there, I thought it was because of the impact on the ground, but it might be something else, but I don't know.
Yeah. Alcaraz getting quite agitated here. It's not something I'm quite used to seeing that much. I mean, he was really angry earlier after that, when he got broken in that third set.
Yeah. I think he sprayed another shot long. He's just hitting far too many errors for his liking.
But yeah, I mean, we can't rule him out because we've sort of seen this kind of thing before, and he's come back and hit a really good patch. So let's see what happens.
Forehand turn there. So the problem is, if he doesn't break back early, there's a chance that he could go double break back down, given how vulnerable he is. Of course, they've played twice on a hard court, and both have gone the way of Djokovic. Cincinnati, and where was the other hard court match that they had? Twice at Wimbledon, of course, both going the way of Alcaraz. ATP Finals, yeah, of course, ATP Finals, so indoor hard, but ATP Finals 2023.
John McEnroe's heavily doubting Djokovic's injury.
Is he?
Says, well, Ozan saying.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Well.
I mean, when I first saw him like grimace, I thought he was just grimacing because he'd missed a shot. I will say, though, when it continued, I thought, okay. I just thought it looked the sort of a grimace of someone who's just aching a bit rather than someone who's injured. But I mean that it was genuine. But my initial reaction was, I don't know, it was just that he was just on the absolute stretch and yeah. But either way, he's doing more than enough right now to win this tennis match.
Yeah, I mean, it can also be the case that it isn't particularly serious, but you sort of, in that moment, you take it more seriously in such a big situation, if you know what I'm saying, and in a big match. So, and then suddenly you get up ahead, and then adrenaline's pumping, you forget about it. Oh,
yeah, definitely. It's a short ball there. Getting on the turn today. The return of Alcaraz has not been doing enough damage a lot of the time. Certainly compared to Djokovic, who has been having his usually good return there. I would say it's probably the element of his game that's done most damage, and certainly at his level, I've seen quite a few decent return winners from him, actually. Sometimes he'll put that winner, particularly on clay, I think, more than on a hard court. But on clay, he'll often go for the feet of the opponent with that return. And today he's hit quite a few return winners. There was a stat around about the end of the second set, beginning of the third, when I think Djokovic had hit 5 times as many return winners.
Well, that was in? Holy moly.
Oh, wow, it was, yeah. So it turned out to be a backhand winner down the line. Oh. But that must have just clipped the line.
Millimeters.
Yeah, right.
It was Djokovic-esque, you could say.
Indeed. Running backhand there down the line.
No celebration from Carlos because he wasn't sure if it was in.
No, right, yeah.
Wow, good hold there from Djokovic in the end, though.
Yeah, very important. Very important. I mean, Alcaraz just needs to summon the serving of that fifth set he had against Wimbledon, albeit that he was obviously up in that fifth set from very early on.
Oh, so pre-match, the win predictor here had Djokovic 56%. That's interesting. Not that.
I listen, I know it gets criticised a lot, and justifiably so, but I think both of those would. I mean, certainly that. Listen, if you said to me, John, I think it's a 56-44 shout or a 60-40 shout, and you went Djokovic and I went Alcaraz, I think both are viable. That's just off the top of my head. One thing that does seem a bit strong is a 94% chance that Djokovic wins this match. That does seem a bit strong. 94. Yeah. Bearing in mind, the win predictor, when what's his name, was 2 sets to love down, and I think it was 3-all when Nadal was at 2 sets love. That was 96. But anyway, 94 does feel a bit strong because I just think that Alcaraz can break Djokovic's serve. It's not like he's been imperious on serve. So, they get back on serve, it's not 50-50. But if they get back on serve, it's almost 60-40, right?
That was a great forehand winner there. Just
in the first set, although he ended up winning it, he hit a few from really good positions. Like in the first game, I might even been the first point of the match. Alcaraz gets a good first serve in and has an easy +1 and just dumps it in the net. And there were 2 or 3 points like that in the first set. I would argue Snell, even when he's not playing well, he's almost unbeatable. Good serve there down the tee from Carlos. Also, the comments from, obviously he's excited about the new service motion and commentators were too. But I did think that we're not going to really know where we're at with the serve improvements or otherwise from Alcaraz until he comes up against the elite, such as Djokovic.
Do you think Murray keeps his job off the back of winning this if he wins this match, Djokovic?
I've actually got a few thoughts on it. I think he might not. I mean, when I say keep his job, I think they might just go. They might. I don't know. I think it depends on how much both are enjoying it. I don't know if Andy's enjoying it. He might be. It's always pretty difficult to tell with a comfortable hold there for Carlos.
Yeah.
I don't think it. I don't think. Him winning the title, of course, will look amazing for Andy, and I'm sure Novak will be delighted with that and the combination. But they might also just, Andy might go, this level of traveling.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, they might do an arrangement where he does a couple of slams a year, and somebody else takes on. That's when Novak had Goran. And Marion Vida, they did 2 slams each.
If Djokovic was to win this slam, it's arguably one of them. It's up there as one of the most. It would be one of the most impressive that he'd ever won because you potentially have to go through, Alcaraz and Zverev and then Sinner probably.
Yeah.
And
also where he was at, probably going into the tournament, the doubts. I've obviously got that very well known, well, not very well known, but it will become well known video of me basically saying about 6 days ago that I didn't think he would win it. I still don't think he's going to win it, but the draw is the draw is the biggest factor by some distance. When I was making the case, it was also I factored in his form, I factored in Carlos, I factored in the 2 Czech players that he was going to be playing before Carlos. But now it's not done yet because this match still has obviously quite a few service holes for Novak to go. But now we are looking at 2 people being in the way probably in the face of Zverev and Sinner. Of course, Sinner has a bit of work to do yet before he's in the semis, never mind the finals. We see Alcaraz put a backhand in the net.
Yep, true.
Indeed, yeah, true.
It would be perhaps a bit of an anticlimax if it's Zverev against Sonego in the final, but it's still technically possible.
Yeah, it's better against Sonego, definitely, because now we've only got 3 people left on this side, right? Yeah, because actually, if it was just trying to think, if it was Tommy Paul against Sonego, I'd be up for that. Just because I don't mind 2 randomers in the final. I don't mind.
It can't be Tommy Paul now, but
no, exactly. That's my point. Yeah, good return there from Carlos, but it's not enough. But that forehand is. Now that was smart play from Carlos, going back behind him.
Yeah, I do think Zverev got lucky against Tommy Paul because Tommy Paul clearly it was what we call a choke, right? He choked those.
I mean, it was tough mentally, yeah.
And yeah, he's not had like sort of. I guess Tommy Paul's not had the big slam wins, right? He's had, he's beaten big players, but this would have been a.
Yeah, he hasn't been a top 10 player at Slam, I think.
Yeah, and he is going to be in the top 10 actually.
Yeah, I think he's not. I think him and Badosa both had that coming into today, and Badosa now does have that top 10 win after beating your tip for the title, Eddie, Coco Gauff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I was doing the prediction for Gauff against Badosa, I did think Badosa was actually going to make it difficult, and yeah, it turned out to be very difficult.
I thought it would be a little bit easier until I saw the first few points, and I started to feel optimistic for Paula. Not that I would say that I would go as far as to think that she would win the match at that stage, but I saw her striking the ball with a lot of confidence, and then with some of the patterns of play, she was able to. Yeah, but listen, the forehand has improved from Coco, and but it was. I spoke to Paula 18 months ago in Madrid, and obviously clay very different, even in the altitude of Madrid, where she was just feeding Coco forehands that day. And that was a very different Coco. That was sort of 3 or 4 months before Coco went on that tear after Wimbledon 2023, and she was just feeding her forehands and just letting it happen. And in fact, I spoke to Paula the day before, 2 days before, just trying to eke out some information on tactics of what she'd have against Coco. And she was very understandably reluctant to give those tactics. 2 days later, I spoke to her again. I said, the tactics. And she said, well, what do you think they were? And now I'm in a position of being 80% sure of what I'm talking about and 80% sure of what I'm doing and 80% sure of what the tactic was. In fact, maybe even 90% sure, I haven't just seen what happened over the previous hour and a half. But then I'm sort of thinking, well, I think it was just to give her the forehand. It wasn't even attack the forehand. It was just, give her the forehand. And we're seeing a double fault here. And by the way, she did sort of go, well, yeah. And she was very polite about her response. But by the way, break point, Carlos Alcaraz, after what I believe was Djokovic's second double fault of the match. So this is huge. Down the tee. Fairly neutral rally here at the moment. Just down the middle, pretty much. Backhand here from Carlos. What are we going to go on?
Good rally. Oh, and Djokovic comes out on top.
Again, one of these sensational sort of rallies. And again, it's Djokovic who comes out on top. Yep. So that's one of those 50-50s. Is that a forced error? Maybe, especially given the nature of the length of the rally.
And it's Djokovic is, regardless of, injuries have an effect or not. I mean, he's not, he's a step slower than, when he was at his peak, but it's just mad that he's still coming out on top of these rallies.
Yeah. Feels like there's been half a dozen of these sort of fairly lengthy rallies, sometimes with spectacular endings, and they've all ended with Novak Djokovic's arms aloft, as that one was. Okay, Juice here. What's going to go on here with the first serve? First serve is in. Alcaraz does well, ready to get his racket on it, and he's now pretty much back to neutral. The slice there, which I've seen him do quite a bit today, and don't even know if it's necessarily always been wise. He's doing it again. This time Djokovic is slicing, and actually Djokovic is getting the result that he requires because it's a frustrated and now forlorn Carlos hitting that forehand long. Could have gone cross court. Of course, the danger there is he whacks it into the net. Seemed a little tricky pickup. There's some nice slices there from Djokovic. Djokovic this time deciding to go slice for slice in the middle of that rally. But yeah, I've seen Alcaraz do it now. You know, sometimes you're forced into the slice when you're on the stretch. But there does seem to have been a few times today when Alcaraz has opted for the slice. Somewhat surprisingly. Okay, second serve here. Game point for Novak. Having saved a break point. Be a huge one.
Well, this just might be Djokovic's day.
Well. Oh, we see slips. Yeah. And he holds 3-1.
Yeah, that was a good shot. And then he just... yeah, Alcaraz just wouldn't have expected that. So you still think Alcaraz will come back in 5?
No. No, well, I don't. It's it could have been an injury there too. It didn't turn out to be that bad, but no, I'm not going to change my prediction because predictions are, you can't just keep changing them every 5 minutes. Otherwise, you'd always end up with the right result. But it is feeling like a 3-horse race now. There were sort of 4 pretty strong horses going into the quarterfinals. There were probably 4 on the women's side with Coco, Arena, Iga. Well, maybe not 4. Well, yeah, Madison, yeah. So it's probably 3 going into the quarters you probably have on the women's side. And obviously Coco going now. It feels like 2, but Badosa might be able to do something against... Ooh, just seeing that forehand land it just in. Alcaraz pushing his opponent from side to side. Net cord there. As you say, Djokovic's day. There's been a few net cords, to be fair, for both players. Oh, Djokovic just going long there. I think it was the right selection, but it does go just long. Alcaraz has just got to keep holding. I mean, 30-40, had a break point on the Djokovic serve. From neutral in the rallies, well, until 2 years ago, you'd always fancy Novak pretty much against anyone on the planet. But from neutral, you'd fancy Alcaraz, but that's not a drop shot that's going to work from too often. Alcaraz up in this rally, but is he going to put this away? Oh, that felt like a weird shot from Carlos. Ends up winning the point, but the shot before it was just lacking in total conviction.
Yeah, that was odd. It was just...
I think he was in maybe 2 minds. He thought maybe about the drop shot. Maybe he thought about going big on the forehand and ended up doing neither. But he got a second bite of the cherry and he put that one away.
But he does win the next point, so... Yeah, I mean, it's important really for Alcaraz to stay within touching distance here. I mean, a double break, I think it's really hard to...
I still think there's a chance that Djokovic might just fade physically. If we did get to... If Alcaraz could break back, we might then be getting into a position where I've seen Djokovic fade physically. And look at that. So I've seen Djokovic... I remember against Nadal in 2022 French Open, there seemed to be some, fading a bit there physically. Now, I've seen him pull out monster performances since then as well, over 4 or 5 sets. But
yeah, Alcaraz can find his way back in here. I mean, the good hold there. If you can, this next service game, start off with a couple of good returns. Let's see let's see how it goes.
He
And
hasn't returned well today, but now's the time to start. Fan interactions, not much. A couple of times, maybe some moments between sort of Djokovic looking at the crowd, but most of the interactions from his side with the fans have been after epic point wins and cupping the ear and celebration, let's say.
what about tomorrow? We've got Shelton and Sonego, and then Sinner and De Minaur.
I mean, Sinner De Minaur, do we need to preview that much?
Yeah, it's like, can De Minaur do anything? Well, I mean, the only doubt, I suppose, is whether Sinner's feeling okay physically.
Yeah, that's the big thing, yeah.
And I suppose De Minaur is a guy that could draw it out a bit, but
yeah,
it's very difficult because he still lacks that sort of. He still lacks a little bit of power to impose.
Yeah, serve, return, you know, as you say, that power, that ability to just continually get up and further up before pulling the trigger that Yannick can do. Maybe there might be one dynamic that he's better than Yannick. He might be a bit quicker. Might be. I think he's one of the quickest.
Oh, he's really quick. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Carlos has got to be up there as well for speed. I think it's going to be a second serve here. 3 hours on the clock. If we do go 5, if we go to sort of the distance in the 5th as well, this could well get close to 5 hours.
And of course, the players that get through today, they have an extra day because they don't have to play until Friday, right?
Yeah, which I think can help. I think when Rafa had that extra day in 2022, having gone 4 against Khachanov and then 5 against Shapovalov, in rounds, I think 4 on the quarters, or maybe round 3 in the quarters, but certainly the quarters against Shapovalov was a grueling 5-setter for him. And then he got the extra day before playing Berrettini. It's a net court, is it? No. Second serve. So Alcaraz again can have a second serve, but he's got to do more with it. He said 1 break point in this set. Ay. I mean, that was just that. You know, there's some errors that are forced and some of errors that are unforced and some that are in between. Well, that wasn't in between at all. That was a fairly slowish ball from Djokovic that gives Alcaraz a few options. And Alcaraz wasn't even necessarily going big on that one. He was just going to keep it cool. Let's stay neutral for now.
Yeah, well, that was a good forehand there from Alcaraz, and he's starting to warm up on that side. But he could do with a few. Was there a clip of Carlos imitating or mocking Djokovic's injury?
No, I'm not aware of that. I might have I've just pressed refresh on my stream, so I might be a little bit quicker. I don't have to be quick enough to be with you or not, but here we go. I've got Djokovic to serve. Backhand return from Carlos. Does seem to clip the net there. Oh, and I think Carlos might have got a bit lucky there because it has just landed out. $30-all. I've seen Alcaraz clutching at his leg, but I thought that was after he fell as he tried to save the set point. the end of the third. Now that's a good serve from Novak. 30-all as he crosses. Yeah, as he sort of says thanks to up above. 40-30.
Roseanne, share me something here.
Yeah. Take a look at that while I watch this rally unfold. Now Alcaraz could have gone even bigger on that forehand. Just went slightly bigger. 2 shots there from both players could have gone out. I thought Alcaraz was going to hit the net there. Alcaraz does go a bit bigger there, but it's still not enough. Now he goes for the drop shot. That's not going to be enough either, although it is because Djokovic chased it down and then decided to go, quite big in its own way by trying to hit a very smart sort of winner off that drop shot, going back across court. But in the end, it clips the net and lands back on his side. Alcaraz there just, it's a 19-shot rally, I think, or at least it finished with the 19th shot from Novak going in the net.
Yeah.
Just trying to...
Well, a little chance here then. So, it seemed like actually, Alcaraz was sort of acting out, limping around, but then sort of interacting with his box, saying like, "What's this about?" or something. It's something to that effect. But
due second serve anyway.
Okay, so this is big.
And he's won the point.
Yeah, nice serve away there.
Yeah, very good. Got a nice angle on that one. It was a 162, so even for a second serve, not the most potent, but good spot.
Yeah, just accurate and short as well, actually.
Yeah, it was very short, yeah. So, game point Djokovic. Goes down the tee. Alcaraz does well to get his racket on that. Alcaraz going big on the backhand. Defending well there, Djokovic. Alcaraz going big on the forehand.
Oh, yes.
Maybe we're actually more or less in sync then, Eddie. We might be.
Maybe something happened maybe with the stream.
No, I can tell you what I did. I refreshed.
Right.
So, juice.
Yeah, he's definitely heating up now. It does feel like it is turning. So but it also feels like he's got to take advantage of this.
Yeah, because it's not like he's going to run out of road soon. No, Ghost is my short answer to that. Alcaraz is doing, not necessarily today, but in general, Alcaraz is doing just fine on the return. Especially on quicker courts. I like it when he's stepping in a bit. Because he's got the reflexes. Anyway, juice. Djokovic to serve. All these points feel big right now. It's a good serve there. And it's going to pull out an unreturned response. So he's going to have another game point. Three hours and 8 minutes on the clock. We could be anything from 20 minutes to 2 hours away from the finish line. Yeah, indeed, it was a missed return, although I've described it as a forced return, as most serves feel, but you might feel as though he could have done better. Good serve down the tee. Oh, wow, you lucky, lucky, lucky boy, Carlos Alcaraz. I thought that return was not going to make it over the net when I saw it on my flat screen, and then I thought, okay, let's clip the top of the net. I still thought it was going to land back on Carlos's side, but it lands plumb just over the net, and nothing Djokovic can do about that. Now, that might be the moment in tennis history that we look back on. If Carlos breaks in this game, goes on to take the set in the match, yeah, because basically that goes 4-2. Anyway, long way to go yet. It's going to be a second serve, I think. Yes, it is. It's got better this match. I think the first 2 sets was a struggle. Oh, Djokovic, Alcaraz there getting annoyed with himself with that return. Wasn't super easy. I'd say it was a pretty good second serve from Djokovic. Yeah, probably. Yeah, he should make that. Probably, yeah. Yeah, he should. You can see he's annoyed with that. Anyway, another game point now for Novak.
Yeah, this feels like a huge game.
Ooh, that was close. It looked close anyway. Second serve. Okay, 3 hours and 10 minutes. Chris just stepping in a little bit here. It's into the body, and he goes long on the return, and a little shake of the racket there from Novak, knowing he's a few more steps closer to the finish line, having held there.
Yeah.
And having had a couple of deuces to overcome.
Well executed serves under pressure there.
Yeah, well executed second serves, yeah.
Yeah.
That last one into the body.
And now big pressure on Alcaraz, because obviously if he loses this game, Novak will serve for the match. So
look at those second serve points won from Novak in set 2. 89% on second serve. That's nuts.
Much better than Alcaraz throughout the match.
Yeah. Yeah. So 2-4. Alcaraz will just want a swift hold. He's got 15 love.
Dave saying Djokovic uses the hybrid string setup. Maybe I need to do that. That's what's missing from my game.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be making at least qualies. Has Alcaraz gone long there? Yes, he has. 15 all. I'm wearing something. It was a present, and I wear it on chilly winter days. Oh, okay. Alcaraz got away with that a little bit. I think his selection stroke execution could have been better there, but Djokovic wasn't able to punish, and it's 30-15.
Yeah, just surprised him enough, I guess.
Alcaraz getting some first serves in here, just helping him immensely. Seems a little while ago, but I think he had a comfortable hold in his previous service game as well. It's gone long on that first serve, though. Double fault? Showing off some of his football skills there. Drop shot from Alcaraz doesn't work.
Oh dear.
Use. That net cord in the end became, at least in terms of that last game, became irrelevant.
Pressure points won there 8-2 to Djokovic.
Yeah.
In this set.
Oh, Alcaraz there going into the net. And this feels like a mini match point right now.
Yeah. I think he's got tight. And you just feel like, yeah, he had to break in that last game. And
yeah. Okay, so Alcaraz here doesn't get the first serve in after I was praising him for getting those first serves in. It's going to be a second serve here for Djokovic to look at.
Djokovic is going to be going for the winner here, I think. Oh, it wasn't to be.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple of low neck clearances.
And the rally here.
Yeah, right. It's just clipped the line. Is that? Yes, it has. Alcaraz picking up the pace. What a rally this is turning into be. Alcaraz thought about coming into the net, chose not to. Is he going to get punished for that? Might do because he's on the defense here. Oh, it's going to land in though. What a rally this is turning into be. Cross court right now on the backhands. Now they're clearing the net with plenty of margin if we get longer in this rally. But nevertheless, Alcaraz, Djokovic goes long and it's deuce.
Finally, the youngster comes out
wins
top
one of those extended rallies.
Djokovic getting angry there. I don't know who he's talking to.
I have no idea. I think it's someone in the crowd he's annoyed with.
Right. There's that one fan that keeps showing it just has a sign saying "nice rally."
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
That was great. I mean, I felt like Alcaraz should be coming out on top of those rallies. I mean,
yeah,
he is the better athlete, and he's got the weapons. Like, my goodness. Again, this is basically just, yeah, he needs to win this to stay alive. So,
okay, juice. Oh, good first serve there, unreturned.
Ooh.
Djokovic got his racket on it, but it's going to be difficult to deal with. You just feel Alcaraz gets a hold here, and yeah, Djokovic is going to have to summon all that mental strength that he has and just get those first serves in for the next couple of games. Because I think if Alcaraz holds here, he won't get broken now. And he does hold. Smart tennis play there. Alcaraz still has some belief, let's say that, at least in his mind, if not his body. And he's keeping Novak honest, as they say. This change of ends might be a very convenient moment, but Novak is just going to have to get summon everything he possibly can and get some, he might just be 8 first serves away from a place in the semi-finals,
now Djokovic is suddenly looking like, oh, I'm so tired now.
Yeah, absolutely. I listen. If he gets a break back, yeah, then we're really in a very interesting situation. And of course, if we go 5, I just think that I'm not saying that Djokovic can't win the match if we go 5, but Alcaraz would be the favourite. Yeah, I think there's a bit of psychology going on here for anyone who wants to watch. Basically, Alcaraz basically saying, look, I still believe, his fans as well, and maybe, hopefully, if Djokovic glanced over and bearing in mind how grueling some of the rallies were in that last game, just to be aware that I'm not going anywhere just yet. Djokovic still, though, just 2 games away. I do feel it's probably going to have to be 2 holds, but 2 games away from a place in the semi-finals against Alexander Zverev. Here we go, 4-3. 3 hours and 20 minutes on the clock. Doesn't get the first serve. We have seen some pretty smart second serves from him in the last couple of games. But Alcaraz has got to pick up that return game, especially on the second serve. Got to really be punishing these second serves much more. Doesn't really do enough, in my opinion, on that, but he's at least in the rally here. But good depth from Novak. Oh, wonderful backhand winner there from Carlos.
Oh.
That did have a bit of belief in it, that backhand. Took on the rise then. Lovely down the line.
And this is the chance now for Alcaraz too. He's got to push. You've got to push Djokovic, test him. Because Djokovic is looking a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
Well.
I still see Djokovic summoning sort of some first serves, and yeah, we'll see. But he's missed that one. So there you go. This is where we're at. You can't ask for much more.
That was pretty far long, that one.
He might be attempting Ghosty. It might just not be working. You know, he might be trying to hit them with a bit more venom or a bit more accuracy. It's just falling short. But here we go. That's a nice return. But there's a skimmy bounce there. Run around. Forehand winner. Love 30.
Oh, you've got inside in that time. That was
inside in, yeah. Caught Djokovic
nice.
Unaware, but also Djokovic's potential fatigue. Now, Carlos, I know there was a couple of streams in the last few days of you got him right where you want him, but I think it was Giron when he was down 2 sets and a break to Sinner. It's like, right, you got Yannick where you want him now. But I'm being serious now in terms of this spell of the match, this couple of games you've had, you know, Djokovic. But there's the first serve. And a wonderful backhand winner down the line, saying basically what you can do, Carlos, I can do better.
That's superb.
Yeah, it was superb, yeah.
Feels like I've joined for the best bit of the match.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if it's a coincidence or you're just a champagne Charlie and you're just here for the highlights. Yeah. Yeah, loser backhand. Overrated, Dave. Overrated.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, he got the first serve in there, but, you know, Alcaraz did fine with it. I don't mind that and then lose the point that way. But if you're going to have a second serve, but he's not had a second serve yet. We're waiting for the first serve here at this point. Okay, you're going to get a second serve. Now, where's the return point going to be? He seems to be a little deeper here than I might expect. There you go. Still not bad, but I don't think enough. But 15-30, this could be huge. Oh, Carlos, not bad.
Cross court.
But Djokovic doing well. If you're not moving him around,
extended rally here again.
Yeah.
I don't know if Djokovic can survive this.
He cannot. 15-40. 15-40, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Now, at least beyond that return point, Carlos is playing very intelligent tennis, at least. I mean, by the way, it's easy to be clever after the event. You know, Djokovic loses that point. Sorry, Alcaraz loses that point, and I'm saying, Alcaraz, why didn't you put on the trigger a bit earlier? 22 shot rally there.
Yeah, and Djokovic showing that he's human. He does get gassed.
94% was the win predictor when Djokovic got the early break.
Yeah, yeah, that's.
I mean, the break hasn't happened yet, and even if it does, you know, Djokovic's still relatively close to the finish line. He's got the first serve in there. Oh, he's completely mishit that. I couldn't even see where the ball went.
Yeah. It's just hit that girl with a sign. No,
yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you know if it's landed yet.
Anyway, that's
Novak will be keen for.
I've hit a few like that. I've got to admit,
yeah.
So oh, there's a ball gone.
Okay. First serve him, we could be back at deuce and everything's all good again. Here's a good net, so it's still going to be a first serve. It's another net. Still a first serve. Where are we going to be in 10, 15 minutes from now? Are we going to be in a tie break or are we going to be in Djokovic on court, talking to Channel 9?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could go to a tie break, but there's the serve and the
good
volley.
First serve there, saving the second break point with a fairly easy volley at the net.
Yeah, and Djokovic, of course, still could hold here.
Yeah.
And then it'd be more likely that he takes a set before we get to any tie break.
Indeed.
But yeah, I mean, Djokovic really needed that as well, just to keep a short point, you know.
Yeah.
As well.
He's pulled out another first serve.
Oh, that was a good one. Oh, he's fallen over.
He's fallen over, but he's won the point because I think it landed out. The return landed out from Alcaraz. Yeah, I think he's okay.
It was out, but I think he's okay. Yeah, that was just a little bit of a. Oh, yeah, just a stumbled there. Okay. Yeah.
So, 15-40. Some pretty big serves have helped him get to advantage. And potentially another step closer. Another first serve lands in. What is that, Carlos? What is that? What was that from Carlos? 5-3, by the way. I don't know what that was. It seemed like a fairly neutral position to be at the rally. Did he just bail out? Was he trying a drop shot there? Just seemed very weird.
Yeah.
From that deep on the court.
And now this is a real test of Alcaraz's character. Can he actually
just weird? I think he'll hold. But that's weird because he was too deep on the court. There's a neutral position. I don't know what he was thinking there. Anyway, 3-5. Yeah, 2 break points come and gone. But he's been holding comfortably the last 2 or 3 games. And he started off with an unreturned serve, so it's 15-love. Ghosty, I think you can make Djokovic work in other ways. You can just push him from side to side. Second serve.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about that was weird, but in general in this match, I mean, some of the decision making from Alcaraz at the key moments hasn't been so good, and then whereas I think Djokovic has done that better. He tends not to. He's struggling physically, but he's played sort of the bigger moments better as this match has gone on, I think.
Definitely. 15-all. Good serve out wide, and it's going to help him bring up 30-15.
Good serve.
Good serve as well again from Alcaraz. As I say, I did have a lot of confidence in him at least holding serve and making Novak serve it out. And he has held serve. So, here we go. Djokovic, 5-4. He's had to save, I think, 3 break points in this set. And there was also a game that was a couple of deuces as well. I must say, Dave, I'm not surprised by the ease of the holds. I think, as I say, since being broken, certainly the last 2 or 3, I've felt as though I've been pretty comfortable for him. And I think he's okay in terms of the serve. But he's got to keep pressurizing Novak, and he's just got to do a little bit more on that second serve, I think.
Yeah. Alcaraz has had in this set, 3 break points, is it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And
I remember.
And he hasn't converted any of them, of course. So.
No. Of course, he had 2 in the previous game, but I also remember, I think, at 30-40. Not long after he was broken himself. But, you know, he got where he wanted. He got some second serves from Novak in the first. I think he had maybe 3 out of the first 4 service points from Djokovic were second serves. He was getting the long extended rallies and then pulling the trigger at the right time. In that previous service game of Djokovic, and you'd think if he gets something similar again, he's going to have another couple of looks again. But let's see, because as I say, Novak 4 first serves, and we're probably done. Okay, where's he going? Down the tee, but he's gone wide, so it's going to be a second serve. First point, huge. You just sort of gain a little bit of belief if you get that first point. It's a decent serve out wide, and again, on the second serve, Alcaraz has got to do more. He's got to get at least over the net anyway. I mean, it wasn't even an aggressive return. It was similar to that other one that he dumped in the net as well. 15 love. Okay. 3 points away from the win. Down the tee. In the neutral and the rally. Djokovic making Alcaraz run a bit here on the backhand side. Backhand to backhand. Djokovic changing direction. Now it's Djokovic's turn to try and pull the trigger early, but it doesn't work.
That was, just off balance. And
he doesn't do that in the first game of the match, for sure. He's not pulling the trigger there in the first game of the match, I can tell you that.
Yeah, and if you're Alcaraz, you want to make him work. If you
absolutely. But the first serve is in. Got the return in though. Alcaraz just defending here. Oh, that's good from Djokovic going behind Alcaraz. The obvious choice was to go back across court and make Alcaraz run and then struggle, but Did very well there. 30-15.
Yeah.
Summoning all 37 years experience of life experience, but 25 years probably of a tennis court experience. Is he 37 or 38? I think he's 37.
He's 37, yeah. This Monfils is 38, and it's been a good tournament for those old guys so far.
Okay, Djokovic just served 2 points away now. Net and second serve, I think. Yes.
Yeah. Huge moment, this 15-30 or 30-15.
Forehand return. It's a bit short. Again, it's a bit short, that forehand return. But okay, you've got Novak where you want him now. And you've got him where you want him, and you've got a backhand winner. So we've got 30 all.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Now it gets interesting.
Indeed.
Just coming up to 1 a.m. in Melbourne.
Yeah. And we might have another round of this.
Yeah. Still a full house there.
Two points away. 2 points from a break, 2 points from the match. Here comes the first serve. Yes. Not a bad return, though, from Carlos. He's in the rally.
Decent one.
Oh, but he's gone wide with that backhand, and it's going to be match point.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, again, you probably wouldn't expect it. I mean, they can happen.
It's a match point.
We'll see, Sean. I still have my doubts, but the next few seconds, of course, could be pretty important. Dave is pretty sure he's going to go down the tee. Let's see. I think he's probably going to go down the tee as well. The only problem is that it's to the Novak, that is to the Alcaraz forehand.
Underarm serve. Okay, let's.
In the net, and he was going to go wide. Now it's second serve. This one, I don't think it really matters where it goes. Probably he'll go at the backhand, actually.
He goes body. Let's see if he goes safer.
Yeah, he could go body, actually, yeah. Down the tee, into the rally, backhand to backhand right now. Backhand from Novak, backhand from Carlos. Pretty good depth on that one, but good depth from Novak too. Novak is going to definitely pick up the pace because he doesn't want a long rally. Carlos on the run. He goes into the net, and Alcaraz is out. Djokovic is through in 4 sets. 4-6, 6-4, 6-3, 6-4. Novak Djokovic prevails and will play Alexander Zverev in the Australian Open semi-final. Andy Murray looking a little bit relieved, puffing out his cheeks.
63 minutes, that final set. The longest one of the match. And it probably was the most exciting one, wasn't it? But
indeed, what do
you have to say? I mean, an amazing victory, isn't it? Oh, he's given Andy a hug there.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
amazing victory for Djokovic. I mean,
yeah. I mean, he's now got a 5-3 advantage in the head-to-head. You know, that who knows how many more years we're going to have Djokovic on tour. Of course, if he's making Grand Slam finals like he is today, then it might be a couple more years yet. But yeah, there were some pretty exhausting rallies there, but he still got over the line.
Yeah, and before sort of Alcaraz started coming back a bit, yeah, he was coming out on top of some of them, which was very impressive. And just, yeah, I think he was just more playing a more clutch game, but like just a smarter game. And I think for Alcaraz, it just waited until too late for him to sort of find his level again. But
yeah, I mean, there's a few things. I'm going to have a look at some of the stats right now from the match. I'm going to have Djokovic give his on-court interview as well in a second. Yeah, just having a quick look at some of the stats right now.
Yeah,
I mean, 33%. I don't know if that's the set or the match, but 33% of points won on the second serve from Carlos Alcaraz. I think it's a match stat, which is, yeah, that's not going to win you too many tennis matches, especially against Novak Djokovic. 40 unforced errors off the racket of Carlos, 27 from Novak. Yeah, again, that tells a little bit of a story. Just basically, again, the double faults, probably too many from Carlos as well. But to be honest with you, the main thing, as you said, I think in the big moments, you know, some of those very long rallies, except for the last couple of games, it was often Djokovic who was punching the air, and the spectacular moments, the ones that really should be coming off the racket and from the body of the younger tennis player, but they were not. It was Novak Djokovic. I mean, we began the match with a break of serve for Djokovic, but Alcaraz broke back immediately. They get to 4-all, and then from nowhere, Alcaraz gets the decisive break to make it 5-4 before serving it out. Similar patterns in the second set, some more breaks of serve, but ultimately still looks a bit of a stodgy encounter. Neither player is playing anywhere near their best. They get to 4-all in the second set. You're thinking this is still fine for Alcaraz. But Djokovic at 4-5 or 5-4, because he holds serve, ends up breaking. And that's really where the match changed. I think Djokovic won something like 5 out of 6 games from the end of that set. He is now going to speak to Jim Courier. Let's have a quick listen to what he's got to say.
Und er sagt, bei den Umständen, wie konntest du das noch gewinnen gegen Carlos? Daran wird man sich noch ganz lange erinnern.
One and a half. Of course, he had that injury as well at the end of the first set, Eddie. You know, he had a medical timeout for. You know, things were looking good until that 4-all game, as I said, and then things changed. Things really did change. Just having a quick look at some of the match stats as well. 10 aces off the racket of Alcaraz and just 5 off the racket of Novak. Double faults, though, Carlos did 5 times compared to Novak's 3. But yeah, winning on the second serve, indeed it was just 33% of second serve points won from Carlos, and that's really going to be very difficult. I also highlight the fact I don't think he did enough on the second serve of Djokovic, maybe a little bit towards the end. He did really well with the extended rallies that finally did start to win those big points. But the unforced errors, the big moments, the returns of serve from Novak, by the way, for the first 4 sets or for the first 3 sets, sorry, were really, really good. Some good return winners that Alcaraz just wasn't producing. And yeah, Novak Djokovic proceeds.
Yeah. It wasn't a great performance mentally from Alcaraz. And, you know, it's odd because, I mean, obviously he's had some amazing performances to be able to win slams, but then we've seen it quite a few times now where it's sort of he's had in the big matches, he's had these sort of mental dips, which, you know, he just basically just looks nothing like the kind of player that, or at the level that he needs to be at. And we saw it against in the Roland Garros final. He looked really under pressure there, and it looked like he might lose against in that match, but eventually found his level again. But it wasn't going to be enough. And too little, too late here against Djokovic, having gone down a break fairly early in that 4th set. He did come back and he was playing really good, and we saw some excellent rallies that Alcaraz did come out on top, but on top end, but he just couldn't get that break back. And yeah, I think it was in the end, yeah, definitely well deserved. And there's Andy Murray giving saying congrats, or well, commiserations to Carlos. Thanks for losing.
Yeah, Andy doing it as well the right way, sort of just a congratulate or a sort of a clap, if you like, and then quickly moving away to let Carlos reflect while he's on the exercise bike. Yeah, well, there's some interesting things here. This is quite funny. There's a thing about Scottish coaches now I see on the internet, and I'm going to obviously share this on the screen. I think that's
that's just an AI thing, is it? Or yeah, it must be, right?
I could well be. Yeah, I think it could well be. There might be a picture of the two of them. I mean,
I suppose it could be some other thing. I don't know.
They've met each other quite a few times. There's one famous press conference which Ferguson and Sean Connery gate crash of Andy Murray's in New York, where they're both a bit tipsy.
Oh, that was the first, his first slam, right? Andy Murray, yeah.
Could have been what Murray's first slam, yeah. First.
It was his first slam that he won was in the US.
His first slam win, yeah. Although that does look AI. I'm just looking at Andy's head there.
Yeah, that looks like AI.
Yeah, I know.
That's mad. Well,
Novak's best performance is winning Olympic gold. I think that's pretty clear. I think his tournament has been getting better and better. He's going to be playing Alexander Zverev next. I will be previewing that match with Amy Lundy probably in about an hour. We're going to record that. But yeah, I mean, Grand Slams and Novak Djokovic, it's a thing. Did we know? I think we did, but now we know more than ever. Novak Djokovic has reached a 50th, I repeat, 50th Grand Slam singles semi-final, become the first male in the Open era to achieve the feat, and the second male or female after Chrissy Evert did 52. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of top professionals that were on the tour for 15 years that don't even play 50 Grand Slams. I wonder how many Grand Slams, for example, I don't know how many Grand Slams Monfils has played, probably over 50, but
yeah, he's played a lot, actually. I think there's a stat, he's played like a lot of Grand Slam main draws.
Yeah, I wonder how many Andy Murray played.
Not too many, because he had those periods out injured, right, where he couldn't play for a while. And
yeah.
I mean, obviously he's been in a lot, but not as much as these guys, I think. So
this interview, by the way, with Jim Courier, maybe they're sort of going, you know what? We didn't do an interview the other day. We're going to do 2 in 1 today. And of course, he's got 3 days to do so.
Yeah, he's lucky, and that's definitely going to benefit him. And I think he can beat Zverev now. I think he's got a great opportunity to make the final, and then obviously you make the final, you never know what's going to happen. But I mean, the match with Zverev against Tommy Paul, he got away with it. I mean, he could easily have lost the first 2 sets. I mean, and
he can, yeah. I think it's a 50-50. I think it's a 50-50. It depends on. I think we know what Novak Djokovic is going to turn up. The guy from today, the one who just says, no, I'm not going to lose. The one who's going to be clutch on big points. The one who's going to return well, who's also going to serve pretty well. We know that Novak Djokovic, he's going to basically beat just about anyone on the planet. You're going to have to play at or close to your best to beat me. What I will say is the difference is today compared to a year or 2 ago is that the absolute best of Alcaraz, Sinner, and I think even Zverev does it. But Zverev doesn't produce his absolute best on the biggest occasions, and rarely has done. So, well, we'll see.
He did beat, I think one of his best performances was obviously winning the Olympic gold medal, right?
Against Djokovic, yeah.
But it's in the best of 5, the big events that, the slams basically, that he hasn't really, he's underperforming, right? So
indeed. Well, Eddie, big thanks for joining us for the latter stage of that match. Certainly some exciting latter stages. 3 break points came and went for Carlos, but Novak Djokovic has prevailed in 4 sets. He will now play Alexander Zverev in the semi-final. And Eddie, big thanks for joining me today.
Yeah, my pleasure.
And to everybody else, the drill.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.